I guess I should get started sometime, eh? That'd be a good idea, wouldn't it? Gotta start the stream sooner or later. I am awake. I'm alive. I'm tired. I only got like 12 hours sleep. I need, God, at least another 12. But sleep is for the weak. We all know this. Probably just going to jump straight into the origins of Vtubing, or the history of Vtubing. We'll sleep when we're dead? True. I got like a 14-minute video I want to check out. And the videos I've checked out previously from Depressed Nosagi have been like pretty top notch. I heard that he was on a hiatus or something, but he came back. I like the videos he puts out. I want more of them. I've always been curious what actually was the start of this phenomena known as Vtubing. I might be a Vtuber myself, but who was the first human to use a virtual avatar? Hopefully this video covers that. Going into another Depressed Nosagi video. 7 months old. Not too bad. I like the stuff he puts out typically. Let's see what he's got for us today.
It was Kizuna Ai who started the VTuber industry and coined the term virtual YouTuber at the start of 2017. And ever since, those who followed in her stead started calling themselves similarly. But while the industry and term started in 2017, the culture did not. It actually started from way before, birthed from a culture that was still anime adjacent and in a form that was entirely different.
Oh my god. I remember hearing about the Hatsune Miku live stream concert, or not live stream concerts, the Hatsune Miku live concerts, where she had like a hologram projection. Hey B-Torque, how you doing? I actually kind of wanted to see those in person. Like, how good did they look? They look pretty good on camera, at least.
But very much familiar. And now, we're going to talk about the origins of VTubers. Before the industry began, before Kizuna Ai. We're going to talk about those that came before.
Doing pretty well. Looking into the origins of VTubers.
The modern definition of a VTuber is that they are anime-adjacent content creators using virtual avatars and play into a kayfabe. Whether they be idols, demons, adventurers, abstract concepts made material, whatever. This is VTubing as we currently know it as. But at its essence, I think VTubing is a very specific and modified extension of voice acting, breathing life into an avatar and playing a character for the entertainment of others.
That is certainly an interesting perspective. Though there are a lot of smaller creators that aren't as pushing into the kayfabe of I'm playing a demon. I mean, my character is loosely based off me. I am a demon, but like I don't act too different off of stream as I do on stream. At least I don't think so. I do try to keep it a little more positive spinning on stream.
In ye olden age, going virtual was not possible. Fucking obviously. But this desire to project a personality and character into an avatar was something that existed way back then in the form of puppets. But I'm not going to talk about the history of puppetry, nor am I going to say that every computer-generated characters from shows like Kimono Friends are technically VTubers. But in any case, stepping into the virtual world, the first form of VTuber culture was from virtual singers and virtual bands. And the first virtual band to reach breakout success was none other than Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Oh, fuck. I forgot about them. Holy shit. Thank you, Nusagi.
Created in 1958, Alvin and the Chipmunks became downright iconic in the Western world. Following this, many others tried to follow in their steps and try to reap the same rewards, like the Archies. But it would be in Japan where the first template
Josie and the Pussycats, Deathclaw.
for a virtual idol would be born, as Japanese talent agency HoriPro would release Kyoko in 1995. This is the primordial ancestor of Japanese virtual idols. With such an innovative concept, one would think this is probably going to be a massive success. They weren't as difficult to handle like a human being and did not have maintenance costs other than tech wizards that were needed to operate them. However, that wasn't the case. Virtual performers like these were a novel concept, but it's just that we didn't have the proper technology and demand at the time. There was just no way a virtual idol was going to compete with an actual human with this kind of janky-ass movement and uncanny dance moves. You might
Yeah, there is a sort of personality and emotional flair that every idol and dancer and performer adds to their performance. That's why I don't think even like Kizuna AI could possibly replace all of VTubers. The AI just lose the details that really make the individual themselves, that really makes them stand out.
think it's not that bad, but the results spoke for themselves. Kyoko was born too early. The technology and demand just wasn't there yet. Despite the heavy interest that her debut announcement spawned at the time, the project didn't really find that much popularity and eventually ended her activities in 2007. They then made her daughter named Ayano in 2018 who actually became a full-blown VTuber, and is actually still active now, but she's not finding much success. Though if you happen to wanna visit her, links will be in the description. Following Kyoko, other CGI virtual idols took to
I might want to check that out actually. Oh, it's VODs of it's just VODs of the live stream of the AI playing the game. I mean, oh, it's just the live stream. Yeah. That's not in and of itself going to generate a whole lot of interest. You're going to have to condense it down to the more interesting parts to really see more success. It's like, I'm gonna be honest, just having your YouTube as a VODs archive is not going to help you grow. You got to put out content. Melcy for sure proved that idols exist VTubing. No, she doesn't. And she sure sings. She does have a pretty good voice, not gonna lie. I honestly wish I could have caught Melcy's live concert. I didn't hear about it until afterwards because, I didn't get into the. Oh, you did? Nice. I didn't get into following more of the mainstream VTubers until recently. I spent a little too much time focused on smaller VTubers wanting to promote them, but it is important to talk about the bigger ones too. It was a great concert. That's what I've been hearing. That's why I really wish I could have seen it.
Though if you happen to wanna visit her, links will be in the description. Following Kyoko, other CGI virtual idols took to the stage but also shared a similar fate. The first K-pop idol followed suit in the
Nice.
form of Adam, and another Japanese virtual idol, Yuko Terai, would also debut a year after Kyoko did. And they all had similar problems. They just looked absolutely weird and were just way ahead of their time. But just because Kyoko failed doesn't mean
But I am curious, did they only really push the just doing the live stream? Hey, it's an AI playing a game for a couple hours right now. That's not in and of itself going to generate a whole bunch of attention. Watch the whole thing. Oh yeah, I'm probably going to check it out sometime off stream. Cause I'm pretty sure Hololive wouldn't like me reacting to the whole concert.
that the concept of virtual singers was a bad idea at the time. Kyoko was a grand project that was limited by the time's technology, lack of demand, and didn't have the proper tools to hook a bigger community. If one just happened to tone down the requirements of operation, like maybe change the avatars from 3D to 2D and choose a particular art style and aesthetic, maybe even try to mix different genres and try to appeal to different communities rather than just one, maybe, just maybe, it could actually work. This, ladies and gentlemen, was when in 1998, a virtual band was formed far out into the UK and rose to prominence, sparking unprecedented worldwide success and triggering something of a renaissance in the virtualization of entertainment.
Who are they, though?
That band was the Gorillaz.
Oh, thank you.
With the unique music of the band and their unique style of going about their content, the Gorillaz were absolute legends. They were
For the record, I do know the Gorillas. I fucking love them.
the ones that cemented the concept of virtual artists and burned it into the minds of many people. Whether they be average consumers or businessmen wanting to capitalize on the trend, they became a worldwide icon for virtual artists everywhere. And with the internet getting more and more popular as they worked, that only opened up more possibilities and directions as to where virtual form music would go. But in any case, the roots of VTubers again always have been Japanese, because that was when in 2004, Krypton Future Media would release voice banks for their Vocaloid software. Leon and Lola came out first, but they didn't really have that much influence into the culture that we currently know it as.
Huh. Well, I'm not surprised that Miku wasn't actually the first Vocaloid to come out. She was just the one that rose to prominence of the group of Vocaloids.
However, the first Vocaloid given an actual body was none other than Meiko, and she actually enjoyed a modest success. She was the prototype for Krypton's future projects. Soon enough, the company would launch even more voice banks in 2007, but one among these voice banks would rise to unprecedented popularity.
Who?
Following the template of the failed virtual idol Kyoko and the anime-esque appearance of Meiko, Hatsune Miku took to the global stage.
I'm gonna be honest, who the fuck didn't listen to Miku at one point or another? Pretty much everybody that I personally knew, not literally everybody, but everybody that I personally knew had at least one song they could point to that they were like, yeah, I like that song out of her, even though I don't consider myself a fan. But Miku got a lot closer or got further away from the uncanny valley with her pushing into the more anime aesthetic, the cartoonier look, rather than going for realistic, which is what I saw with the previous AI or virtual idols. Because honestly, when you try to go realistic 3D, A, it doesn't age well, and B, you're not always going to be able to get it right. Even modern day 3D animation sure gets weird. Fan art gets weird with Miku. Fan art gets weird with everybody. But even with modern day 3D graphics, they still fall into the uncanny valley. Though it is becoming a lot more of diminishing returns as developers keep pushing towards higher and higher graphic fidelity. I personally think they should go. Miku is underage, is what I mean by weird. Yeah, it's a gray area because she's designed as like 16 or something. But then again, she's not an actual person, so it doesn't actually do any harm. It's just sus to have that fan art. Graphics plateaued years ago. I don't think they quite plateaued, but like it's diminishing returns for how much better they get over the last few years. Like they kind of skyrocketed and then peaked. And then now it's just like you don't see the same kind of advancements that you did. That's why I want game developers and stuff to go more towards cell shaded graphics. Like Jet Set Radio was made at least 20 years ago, I want to say. But I think its graphics hold right up. The Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm series is really great for it literally looks like the anime, but you're playing it. That won't age out of looking good. that will always continue to look like the anime. But with even Motorsport 8, it does look great. But then as we still get a little bit better and a little bit better by the time we get to the next few generations, we'll look back at 8 and it'll be like, yeah, it's good, but it's not as good. But I still look back at the first Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm and I think that game looks phenomenal.
It was here when the concept of virtual idols and singers in Japan popped the fuck off. Hatsune Miku and others like Gumi, Kaito, Luka, no not that Luka, and the Kagamine twins found massive success among not just the weeb
I'm gonna be honest, I find it way more sus to see the art of these twins instead of Miku. Because, like, Miku at least looks older.
community, but also in the music community both in Japan and overseas. Originally having no personalities of their own, Miko and friends used to be just soulless faces for the software. But these faces became so iconic they were eventually adapted to have their own characters, albums, game franchises, and even holographic concerts. They became digital billboards all on their own and essentially became one of the biggest cultural forces in Japan. The technology was now
Not just Japan, like, they became, at least in terms of Miku, she became a cultural zeitgeist of, like, idol culture of how it's represented in the West. Like, she was a gateway for a lot of people in the West to the idea of idol culture outside of, catching anime that actually touch on those subjects.
enough to make virtual idols a reality. So much so that Hatsune Miku or any kind of Vocaloid concerts were a sight to behold. It was here where the world had the first ingredients of what would become the VTuber industry. Music, idol-adjacent stuff, the internet, and cute anime girls, the essentials were all here. Afterwards,
Before moving on from Vocaloid, because that's what it looks like, there is one thing I'd like to mention that the Vocaloid did have some people that actually shared their voices to become part of the Vocaloid pack, which also further bridges the gap between the virtual and the person. Most notably for me, anyways, that comes to the top of my head is the Japanese idol Gact gave his voice to create the I guess personality now, the Vocaloid Gakupo. And there was a time where I wanted to cosplay him because, daddy.
Titus, which are a subgroup of singers in Nico Nico Doga who did song covers, would follow up by wholly adopting Vocaloid songs and integrating them as a staple of their content. A lot of Utaites used anime-esque avatars to represent them, and it was in here that the VTuber culture started to build. But it wasn't exactly that yet. Some might even argue that the Utaite culture and community is the earliest form of the VTuber community. The hidden ones, before it turned into the Order of Assassins. And in multiple ways, I would actually agree with you. It's not a surprise either, considering that a lot of Utaites saw the breakout success of Vtubing and the transition was super easy for them. Being an Utaite and a Japanese VTuber is not that different these days. Really, the only difference is that a VTuber's avatar is animated and they stream more often. The use of CGI or 2D animated avatars were rising, especially from the anime aesthetic. All sorts of individuals and companies started capitalizing on the trend. Even Japanese businesses started using CGI anime characters to market their products. It's not the first time that they did it, but these days were when they actually started gaining success. Like Nitro Plus releasing Supersonico back in 2010 as the mascot for their products and as a face for the company.
I remember hearing of Sonico, but I didn't actually know literally anything about her besides, art.
Then Weather News came along with Irie in 2012. But if companies could do something like that, surely individual content creators can too, right? Well then, let's have a look at our very first indie VTuber on YouTube.
Oh my god. Oh my god, he was. Oh my god, he was.
On its most primitive form, with its own kayfabe, shtick, and everything required to technically count as a VTuber.
Oh my god.
Harry the Hamster.
My name's Harry the
Fuck you, Misaki! I love your videos so much.
Hamster. I'm about 8 centimeters tall, a little bit chubby, and a little bit hairy, and I'm looking for a female so I can shove my fucking
This is the problem with trying to identify the origins of Vtubing, because these days Vtubing is used so loosely it's gotten to a point that a lot of people would count anyone using a virtual avatar as a Vtuber, which is
Well, I am one of those people that typically count anybody that uses some sort of virtual stand-in as a representation of themselves.
kind of problematic as to defining what a VTuber is, to be honest. Look, point is, I know a lot of people are waiting for me to mention Annoying Orange, but as big and influential as he was, I don't consider him a VTuber, because doing so would broaden the definition so much it's going to lose its meaning. Because if I consider Annoying Orange to be a VTuber, then technically every single content creator using a CGI or 2D avatar would be a VTuber, which just doesn't sound right to me. I do consider him an entirely different prehistoric version of one though, an ape before it evolved into a human. Something like that. I'm not going to go into the intricacies of what being a VTuber is because that's an entire can of worms that deserves its own video. That being said, there is another prehistoric version of
He does raise good points, though. So perhaps I should take the time to really hammer out what I would consider a VTuber, because obviously I would like to include PNG tubers, but then I don't want to use a definition that is so broad that it does actually include people that aren't quite VTubers. I think a lot of it would have to revolve around the live streaming aspect, at least. At least I don't know. It's worth thinking about. I'll think about it more in the future.
a VTuber that has closer ties with a modern definition though. Ami Yamato, who started off in 2011. She's a Japanese YouTuber living in England using a virtual 3D avatar and is what many people, including myself, would call one of the first real indie proto-VTubers. She's the closest breed to the kind of VTubers that we know as now. But the thing that makes her different was that she didn't really do typical VTuber activities like singing, streaming, or doing idol-related stuff. She was pretty much just a blogger, making random videos of random topics that she wanted to film and talk about. Her formula wasn't exclusive to her though, as other people such as the actual fucking Barbie would follow
What?
the same format and make her own vlogs, adding more to the point that companies were now starting to make their own interactive virtual characters to represent their products.
Okay then.
2014, an Indiegogo campaign known as FaceRig became extremely popular among those wanting to experiment
That smile. Wow.
with virtual avatars, be it 3D or 2D. It was used by many content creators to make their own little skits and avatars, such as Gigak back in 2017 and even Iron Mouse when she started streaming. However, also in 2014, the next successful proto-VTuber that came up, as digitally drawn avatars became common, was none other than the grass eater herself, Aileen. She was still Vocaloid inspired for the most part, as she didn't actually use her real voice to talk. Rather, she used a voice bank and was actually more akin to an animated shitposter than a VTuber. She brought in the primordial
An animated shit poster? That sounds amazing.
meme that was Ebola-chan, and her content was pretty based if you
Okay. I might cover some of this.
ask me. They're a product of their time, so I don't want anyone waving their pitchforks.
No, I wouldn't go after, hey, this person is still horrible because, like, they did problematic thing in the past. I would just want to clarify why it would be seen as problematic and how we can, move forward in the future.
She became something of a significant force in the weeb community before the VTubing industry even began. She later launched many offshoots known as her family like Beilen, Benno, Moemi, Hyomemi, Moe, and most notoriously Mirai Akari, who Eilen gave her channel to back in early 2017, jump-starting Akari's rise to stardom and capitalizing on the start of the VTuber industry that Kizuna-ai founded. As Mirai Akari became one of the biggest VTubers in the classical era, you can see why Eilen is an important figure in the community by extension. But she didn't belong to any era of the modern industry. She was here before the beginning, the pioneer of pioneers. But soon enough, complications related to creative differences arose with her work for the Mirai Akari project. After a divorce from Entom, she no longer had any involvement with Mirai Akari. All the videos that she used to have on the Mirai Akari channel were set to private and they had to part ways, leaving many people to wonder if there had been any beef or problem with their relationship in the company. In 2018, Eilen would go 3D and would remake one of the characters of her old skit videos, Moe, into Natsume Moe, a pioneer of the English VTubing community. And again, Eilen would give her her channel. These days, Eilen doesn't really make content anymore. She has a channel but she doesn't have any videos on it. All her family offshoots had their own dedicated YouTube channels and she's even managed most of them in the past, but the ones that are still active now are the ones that have separated from Eilen herself. Everyone else stopped making content. As for where
That is unfortunately pretty common within content creators. Most people just kind of move away, move on from doing it. Life happens. You honestly don't know what happens with them. I do wish more people would be able to continue doing it. That's what I want. I want to see more creators being able to make a career out of it.
Eilen is and what she's doing, I don't know. It's been a really long time and I haven't kept up. But it just goes to show you how easy it is to forget pioneers. Those that helped found these communities usually don't come out on top when it changes. They're usually forgotten. Sometimes unable to keep up with the rapid demands and evolution of the industry, sometimes because of mistakes that pioneers often make since they have no guide as to what to do, and sometimes more talented and skilled people steal the spotlight away from them. It's the fate that befalls most pioneers of any community or industry. All we can really do is support those that we have now and pay homage to those that came before. Eilen was an influential creator of the era before the VTubing industry existed. An era where the ingredients for VTubing was already there, but wasn't mixed together to make the community that it is now. Her story is a wild one that I unfortunately can't cover entirely in this video lest I derail it. But after her, the VTuber industry and community was finally founded. Kizuna-ai was the first one to coin the term virtual YouTuber and officially started this industry. It's why it's safe to say that she is the first VTuber to ever exist. But the industry she founded and the community that she appealed to were an amalgamation of many cultures and communities around the world. From virtual bands and virtual singers, to utaites and Vocaloid artists, to the virtualization of avatars used for individual content creators, and to the live streaming and simping culture that's the standard of today's content. There were many faces of different cultures that made up the VTuber community, and while I wouldn't consider all of them VTubers per se, they are early versions of it. It's undeniable that they helped shape the industry that we currently know it as. The origins of VTubing is the desire to project oneself into another form, to stop being you and live out the life of someone else and something else that was extraordinary. The desire to act, to be expressive, to be creative. At its essence, Vtubing originated from the basic human desire to become the ideal version of ourselves. Wow, that was pretentious as hell. Anyway,
Pretentious, but I goddamn enjoyed it. I am glad that Nasagi is able to keep up doing what he does. Honestly, I don't really have many wrap-up thoughts. I definitely want to take the time to really think about what does define a VTuber. Because obviously there's no denying that there's a cultural push, or there is the VTuber community out there. We clearly exist. We clearly thrive. Where it's going to go from here, who knows? All we can really do is make the content we want to see and try and guide the thoughts of the people we can reach. Oh geez, that only took like what, half an hour? Still got an hour before I'm talking with Suris. I guess I could talk about Super Sassy Support Squad. Or if there was like a shorter video that peeps wanted commentary on, let me know. I am still so goddamn tired. I do hope chat's feeling pretty good. Oh, I know, we can listen to a bunny. What she has to say. Stop auto playing. I just want the thing to. Ugh. So with the current Guar or Gura drama that I talked about yesterday, the thoughts of parasocial relationships have once again come up in the VTuber community. It's something that regularly gets talked about, but honestly, not enough. And a video or a clip was put out by a smaller channel from a bigger streamer, and she is sharing her thoughts about parasocial relationships. Let's see what she has to say. Pipkin Pippa, take it away.
So you really do love us. Man, I'm trying to be careful about that kind of thing, okay? I don't want to be like, oh my god, I love my audience, alright? Because then some people take that. They take that and they run with it and they're like, oh, this streamer loves me. I should give them my money because they love me and they care about me, okay? I really appreciate you guys. But I do not listen. I am concerning over you guys, all right? Because I don't want to cultivate that kind of audience where I get a bunch of people that are like, oh, this streamer loves me and she's going through a hard time. I should donate. I don't want that. I don't want you guys getting tricked into developing like a parasocial relationship, getting tricked into feeling compelled to donate out of like pity or whatever, you know, because that's what happens.
That is what happens. That's a good sentiment to hear from Pippa here, because like I always worry with even myself and bigger creators. It's like obviously I'm not a bigger creator, but the bigger creators that there are some that push that kind of sentiment of I'm worrying not I'm worrying. I'm having a bit of a struggle IRL. Can you help kind of thing, and that does feed into the toxic side of a parasocial relationship. But we do kind of need some form of parasocial connection with our viewers that kind of keeps them around. You don't want them to just see you as your character. You want them to remember that you are a person playing the character. And that's what Pippa sounds like she's saying. concern
I
friendly?
just- That's a whole nother topic. That's a whole nother topic, chat, is how because like streams are live. Princess QB, thank you for the $2. You don't love me, don't you? Or you love me, don't you, Pippa? Slice 2 bucks. That's another thing, you know, like
The joke, yeah, I can play along with the joke, but it is important that viewers remember that you don't need to send the money to any specific streamer. If people are going to send their money anyways to their favorite creators, you just don't want people to feel like they have to. It doesn't sound like Pip was pushing that.
that's another rant entirely. Is how streamers have the ability to manipulate their audiences very easily.
True.
And I don't want to ever even accidentally do that, okay? I don't ever want to be like, oh my, I don't want to say like, oh my computer broke, and then people feel like, oh, I need to donate to help her fix her computer because she's my friend or whatever, you know? Gosling Bros, don't look, thank you for the $5. Listen, I'm sorry if that like hurts your feelings or whatever, okay? But yeah, tough love. I'm trying to look out for you guys. I'm trying to look out for you guys, and it is a detriment to myself.
Just it is pretty funny that she's like, hey, you guys don't need to send me money because you feel compelled to, and then people just start sending her money. That's pretty funny.
In that,
That's just how community support goes, it seems.
I can't milk you guys for all that you're worth or whatever, but I don't want to do that. So
Hard pill to swallow, but when you get big enough, you learn you can't talk to everyone, so you really connect with others or you don't really connect with others except bigger content creators. Yeah, pretty much. I saw a clip about Markiplier, and I don't know if you know the origins of the Markiplier crying meme, but that was a actual realization from Mark there that he can't really have that personal connection with anybody anymore because he's gotten too big on YouTube, and that parasocial connection is just too great for most people he interacts with, and it leads to an extremely lonely life despite being viewed by millions of people at any given moment.
I am actively trying to avoid that kind of thing. And I want you guys to be careful not to turn into simps, alright? Don't let streamers turn you into simps. Don't let them like trick you into believing like, oh, she read.
Yeah, don't simp for me or shrimp for me because you think my avatar is hot. Do it because my hentai is hot.
My name in chat once. Oh my god, we're best friends, alright?
Hey, Kyle.
You can become friends with streamers. Okay? You can become friends with streamers, interacting a lot in chat, playing games with the streamer and stuff. Yeah, you know what? Eventually you can develop maybe not like best friendship or whatever, but like you can become friends.
Yeah, like there is a thing to be said that especially for smaller creators, you can, or especially with smaller creators, me in specific, I can say for sure that it's a lot more of the social, instead of the para in the terms of relationships I've been able to cultivate with people. There has been a problem with, I have had a bit of an issue with, parasocial relationships with a few people, but I'm not going to be hashing up new drama. Or I'm not going to be rehashing old drama.
But streamers will take that. Some streamers will take that and they'll this is how the whole simp thing happens, okay? They'll take you and they'll grooming, yes. Pippa doesn't want to manipulate me. I better fuck off. People.
That fucking dono. Pippa doesn't want to manipulate me. I better donate. Fucking dick.
Streamers will.
There are definitely streamers that will try to manipulate you into donating to them specifically because, you know, they want money and money makes them feel good. But that's not exactly healthy for the viewers. Hey, Len.
Not all streamers, obviously. And listen, some people.
That might be hard to talk about, but it's a great topic. Yeah, it is very important to talk about.
People don't even realize that it's happening. But this is how Sims happen, you know? Is you give people a little bit of attention, and then they feel like
Hashtag not all streamers.
their worth to you is predicated on how much money they give you or what they can give you because you're the content creator, you know? Here, have some chocolate. No, thank you. Thank you for the $2.
Parasocial relationships as being arrow. Oh my god, I could talk a lot about that.
Like, don't let people take you for a ride like that, chat. Don't let people trick you into thinking, oh, you give a lot of money, so you have more value to me, alright? Because these people that will.
Yeah, the streamers that will say or the streamers that at least act like they care about the people that donate more than the people that don't. That's pretty sussy behavior. I personally want to cultivate a community that I can engage with, if not as many individual chatters as I can, but at least the sentiments I'm seeing from multiple chatters if I ever get to the point that I can't keep up with chat. OMG, I got attention by my favorite streamer compared to, okay, you're my GF now. Yeah, it's like, holy shit. Some people just can't break that gap. You got to be able to separate fantasy from reality, and you got to remember that you're kind of indulging in the fantasy of watching a VTuber or watching a streamer or content creator or whatever.
I guess use money to dictate the worth of their fans. You know, if somebody donated more than you, what happens to your spot then? What happens to you then if somebody donates more than you?
Yeah, that's kind of why I personally don't care about pushing for like hype trains for myself, because like I know it is about, hey, you were in a relationship, now it's weird to me. Yeah, that is another sentiment I want to talk about in the future. But like with hype trains, it's kind of getting viewers to compete with each other to, you know, donate to kind of vie for attention. I know it's not really the intended goal of it, but that's just the perspective I've been seeing with hype trains on YouTube. And that's part of why I didn't care about them when I left the affiliate program. I mean, honestly, the tweet that's been, quote, retweeted multiple times now about someone having a partner finally and followers just leaving. Oh, yeah. I think I saw that tweet. Who was that again? God, there's so many VTubers out there that it's so hard to keep up with them all. It shows with people leaving that they have such a deep parasocial relationship with that VTuber that they really think they were with one another. Yeah, there are some viewers that, sure, they may have been supporting since like the beginning of a bigger VTuber's career, but like the streamer doesn't owe anything to that viewer aside from gratitude for the support. Because like the streamer wants to make the content they like. The viewer likes the content but doesn't get to dictate specific content or doesn't get to dictate the IRL life of this streamer just because they, watch. And that's just controlling behavior from the viewer, and I don't like it. Automod didn't like that. Goddamn homophobic Automod. First Silvervale, now me.
Then you lose your spot. And you get less attention. So be very careful about streamers, alright? I feel like I probably shouldn't be saying this because like I am a streamer. But like be
True. Don't trust streamers. They're horrible people. I know who's saying that.
Be very careful. And don't let yourself get sucked into a parasocial relationship. Like, I'm saying this as somebody that is, like, parasocialing with, like, Watame, okay? But I also consider her first and foremost a streamer, you know? I'm not under any delusion that we're friends. I just really want to support her, and I care about her, and... Ah! Do as I say, not as I do.
Oops. I didn't mean to replay. I didn't know that ended. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Or that there is a necessity of parasocial connection with the people that you like watching, you like listening to. Okay, I'm gonna maximize that so I can actually read chat a little better. And like cry or something when they leave, like, bitch, please, that person is still a human being on the inside. They have their own life. I mean, likely because I put the bitch in there. Oh, thank you, Pink. Yeah, I'm not actually watching the, stream manager from Twitch. I'm just controlling through, Restream, and that doesn't let me permit terms and stuff. We heard from Pippa about her take on parasocial relationships, and I came across a Shy Lily clip that might be in the same vein. Honestly, you've been avoiding Pip. Fair.
Hello, I am back. I love YouTube. It's great.
One of their fans tried to dox Nami? What the fuck?
Platform. I love the comments and everything. Like on Twitch, you deal with the one.
Well, I'm gonna be fair. It does seem like Pippa is a friend of 4chan. They did such honest traps attempt. I don't want to be showing Shy Lily while talking about Pippa, because I like Lily. I just agree with Pippa in that one instance. Horrible attempt. They can't even use Google Maps correctly. Hilarious. Yeah, like, there's some people that tried to do some bad stuff, and they have a wiki of their horrible things they've done. And I know one of the victims personally, or I did know one of the victims personally, and they got so much wrong on that wiki, it's actually pretty funny. Like, I can give you Nami's tweet right now, and you can laugh even how he talks about it. Yeah, okay, why not? But I'll watch this thing about Lily first. Because, I actually like Shy Lily.
Percent. You ban one person in like 100 chat messages. On YouTube, that is like the other way around. It's really weird, man. It's a very different atmosphere. I don't know. If you are a VTuber, you are a Kumabait, period. My career is in shambles. I will never date you. Oh no! My career is in shambles! My view count has never been this low! No! Hiya! Always Kuma baiting, Lily. Always Kuma bait. Hiya! I'm never gonna.
Her chat is getting upset that she's Coomer baiting. Do they know whose chat she's in, or they're in? It doesn't look like that comment is directly about this video. Interesting.
Going to recover financially. I can't click by just keep going. Clown, thank you for the 10 gifted subbies. I mean, what are you doing? I'm never going to date you. Oh no, you're gonna have to refund those now. Cause I'm not Kuma baity and I'm sorry. The industry depends on me being Kuma bait. I'm rebranding.
No!
I'm Cecil VTuber now. I'm fem.
Oh, hashtag Free Lily is coming back. We gotta stop this puritanical shit. This is horrible. We need to bring hashtag Free Lily back.
Friendly only.
Wait,
Wait?
we're never going to date.
No. I'm sorry,
Thank
Corey.
goodness. I was worried you were getting a little parasocial with shrimp.
I have no desire to talk to women. Wait! I can't. Wait! I'd much rather date a guy with how most women treat men nowadays. Chat, this is an
That is something that also does need addressing, that there's not enough support going around to dudes. A lot of people just shit talk dudes broadly, and you gotta remember, hashtag not all men is valid. You can criticize individuals, but don't criticize the group. Remember that.
apology for how I treat all my male viewers. Please accept this apology. I did not mean to hurt you this deeply. Please, no, don't reject. Please, I'm sorry for treating you so poorly. I'm sorry. I will never have high school 14-year-old pee-pee poo-poo humor ever again. I'm sorry for baiting you this hard this entire time. Please accept my apology. I can change. You can fix me. Apology rejected. No.
Oh, poor Lily. Rejected by her chat. All because she said she wouldn't date them. But yeah, parasocial relationships are necessary, but if you fall too deep into them, it leads to dangerous territory. You found it? You want to send it here or in DMs? You can send it in chat. I don't mind. Hey, Pippa. Oh, that's what this is about. Okay, at least I wrapped up this segment about parasocial relationships before I went on to this. No need to ask, we don't ban links. True, yeah, I allow links because I expect my viewers to be intelligent enough not to click links they don't trust. Hey Pippo, one of your fans' accounts tried doxing me. They didn't know how to make Google Maps link public. Please inform them better so they can properly dox me next time. Thanks. Based. 81,000. Yeah, like, for those that aren't very politically literate, I will just say that Pippa is not neutral. She is not left-wing. Her fan name is Capitalist, which is obviously a play on capitalist. She's a parent friend of 4chan, and there's been a clip that I've seen that's her making a joke about what's it. There's already a secret group of people that control the world from the shadows, and then her chat starts going oy vey, and it's like, I worry about that sentiment. But, like, obviously I don't want to just spit up conjecture. I'd want more actual videos out of her. I can... Thank you, still asking, case. Fair enough. It's always nice to get consent. I want to have actual stuff I can react to and point to and talk to or refer to. But yeah, I wouldn't be super surprised. Hey, another entrant. TBD or TDB. Entered again. Ooh, somebody new joined Smasher Pass. Specifically, I've been staying quiet all day long. I'm gonna save this picture for with the guitar. I like that one. Yeah, a lot of people tend to avoid the drama on YouTube's. Or they avoid the drama on Twitter, not YouTube's. On YouTube, it gets you the clicks. On Twitter, it sometimes gets you the clicks. It sometimes loses you followers because, some people are cowards. But I like talking shit. Gotham. He's chewing on plastic, but it's not something small enough that he'll be able to, swallow or choke on. So it's just an annoying sound in the back of my ear because it's not getting picked up by the noise gate, I don't think. Gotham? Oh, you slut. Never mind, he chewed off a bit. I had to pull it out of his mouth. Bad Gotham. He's a rude kitty. Well, he's not the rudest kitty. For this chat, you don't need to. Yeah. Yeah. Links are cool. I love having. Well, it's just so much fucking easier for me to be able to be like, hey, click on or just drop me the link. I want to have to switch over programs. Got like another half hour. Like, I'm excited for the conversation, but nerves, Not the biggest, not the biggest audience I've had in terms of conversation. But I mean, it's not one of my usual sizes for number of people listening to me at one term. At one time. God damn it. Yeah, either or. If you want to drop the link or send it to Pink or send it to me in DMs. Yeah, my audio headset is working. Of course it is. I'm just double checking everything. God, maybe I should take oh my god, I'm up to 5 hearts on Vtubing. This isn't a segment, I'm just... Yay! I'm getting noticed. I fucking love that I got verified on here. It tells me my Twitch and YouTube accounts. Says how many followers. The frequency is getting updated. Like slowly. It used to be every 30 days, 35 days. But as I've been putting out stuff basically every day, it's been slowly increasing. Or notice. Oh, I can see who gave me the hearts. Okay, I can see 2 people who gave me the hearts. I'll be changing the titles. Wait, what title? What titles are you changing? 'Cause, like, the YouTube one should stay for sure. I don't care that much about the Twitch one. What? I I think I just found a new video to cover after I talk with Suris. I I might agree with Rev here. And of course it's fucking Michael Knowles. Yeah, you come back to seeing that. Like, this is just another way the right wing are pushing transgender are pedos. I'm gonna add Suris in the title. He is in the title. I didn't at him directly, but he is in the title. Oh my god. I yeah, I mean, I can add him in the title. Whoops. But I was probably just going to add him in the title of the video that I put out after. Honestly, I think I might take a little leg stretchy because I've been at this a whole hour. But I mean, I might be back for quite a while after when I don't know how long the conversation with Suris is going to go. But like, I'm looking forward to it. I have a half hour until I'm talking with Suris, so I don't have time to cover a 15-minute video from Rev about Michael Knowles. What'd you link? Oh, the stream. Yanka. Yeah, I'm gonna go have a short little BRB because I wanted to talk a little more before stream, but IRL errands happened. But when I come back, I'm gonna be hitting up Suris for our conversation about Vtubers. Expect me back in, I don't know, give me 15 minutes? 20? Parasocially love you guys. Okay. I think I'm ready to get back to it. And by get back to it, I mean just, kind of vibe for a bit. That was some good weed. Cat, hope you're doing well too. I gotta stop clicking on the profile picture when I'm trying to go to DMs on Twitter. Gonna mute my desktop for a little bit. Right now, Suris is doing some coverage of Young Rippa, Lil Rippa. Apparently, they got a little bit of Twitter beef going on. Definitely check out Suris's coverage of that. I don't really have too much I can really ramble about. At least not too much on my mind. Well, I mean, I got a lot on my mind, but if I start getting into some of it, I don't want to start up a segment I'm going to end soon. Active images, just so that's ready. I got some shorts dropping. You guys should check those out. They're pretty funny. I would definitely say they're funny. I do always worry about taking a break while on stream. I know breaks are important. Thank you, Windows. I'm definitely aware. Good lord, this coverage that Suris is going over is definitely worth checking out when he puts out the video. Conservatives getting mad over transports. It is so funny how snowflakey Republicans are, conservatives. And yet they call leftists snowflakes. I do really like the kind of content that Source is putting out. We need more VTubers with progressive content. I want to look into Gundam Ariel MG. There's no RG, is there? There's definitely an HG. I want a fucking Gundam Ariel so badly. For those that don't know, Gundam Ariel is the flag suit from the Witch from Mercury series. It's super recent. I don't know if it's the latest one, but it's like one of the latest Gundam series, and holy shit, it's been so good so far. I'm looking at the Gundam Kits collection right now. This goddamn master grade. Or no, full mechanics. It's same scale as Master Grade, but it's like higher. Going back to lurking? Okie dokie. Thanks for the support, Len. Oh my god, I want this kit so bad. Look at that beam effect it comes with. Is that a fucking sword? I have no idea. I do really like the blue beam effect, because most things are like pink. Some of them are green. Not many of them are blue. All the different funnel parts for that. It's even got the nails from the anime. It looks like they're not individual fingers. Okay, yeah, it is replaceable fingers for the hands, which is pretty standard for Master Grade / 1/100. I want it. I want it. Oh, it looks so good. That clear plastic over the gun format, I guess? I can't remember exactly what it's called. Mechanical but natural kneeling pose. Created. Yeah, like, holy shit, this suit. I really love this. So it's not stickers, it's like literally clear plastic there. Oh, damn it. This site is really good for info on different gunpla coming out. I want an RG of Death Scythe Hell is getting an HG. God, I remember. Oh right, I hate this website, but I love it. I have to scroll down to get to the actual article. God damn, this is a high grade. Look at that color separation for the head. That detail on the shield, holy shit. Personally, I think the Death Scythe Hell's design could be better. I don't like this cloak over it, but I can really appreciate the details. I think the Endless Waltz version of Death Scythe Hell did a lot better. The double beam scythe I don't quite get, but it can be handy. Metal Robot Spirits Toggies 2? I like Trace and the Toggies. God. Wait, was this? Oh yeah, this is a figure that you don't actually build. So it is different from Gunpla. But goddamn, it still looks good. Full mechanics. I just looked at that one. God, I miss building Gunpla. Really? Gundam Breaker Mobile is shutting down in June? That sucks. I mean, I did used to play it for a bit, but I kind of fell off because it got, it's a gotcha. It got boring. I haven't built a Zaku in forever. Maybe I should get one of those eventually. What the fuck? Oh, right. Scroll down. Who designed this? I kind of like it. Like, I don't like the weapon. It looks kind of dumb. But it does have its uses in the detail. Holy shit. Just, I want model kits this quality. I want to build this shit on stream. Ooh, Wing Zero. I want to see the Nataku in this version. Oh, the high grade aerial. Right, scroll down with gun bit effect. Okay, cool. That effect. I know it's under black light or UV light, but holy shit. Does this have LEDs? Custom panel lighting, decals, and UV reactive paints. Oh, okay, so it is UV reactive paints. I didn't know the actual effect that you could pull off with UV reactive paints. Holy shit. And this is like the lower quality of detail for a high grade. A fan can really make it. Holy shit, looks so good. This is why I like browsing this website. Gundam Metaverse? Oh, is this going to be a segment? We'll see. It does sound like Suris is done recording a segment. Okay. I've sent Suris a friend request on Discord. No, I was already in his server just in case. Cuz he accepted. Oh, right. I don't want to forget to turn that back on so that people can actually hear me. Okay, let's... I just like I like listening to him. He's got a lot of good points. He's got a nice voice. Model's not too bad to look at either. Right, I wanted to switch over to that. Copy that. back to that, paste that. Scroll down just in case. Turn that off. I believe we're ready to get going with our conversation. Just want to give it a little. He's calling. Hi there.
Hello.
How has your stream been so far? It sounded like it's been a lot of fun.
It has been. You're on Discord. Are you sure that your microphone is the right one?
Is it? Oh my god, is it going through the wrong one?
It's doing the thing where Discord's like, did you want to switch your device? And the answer is always no, but it tries really hard.
Like, oh my god, it was doing that. It's set to the default, but now it should be my proper microphone.
Yep, it sounds like it's going correctly now. You know, I hate that Discord does that. Every single time I open up my computer, it's telling me, "Hey, did you want to change?" No, Discord. I never want to change my audio inputs. I never want to. Please stop asking.
Like literally every time I turn on my headphones, it does that.
Yup.
Right. Enable visibility. Now activate. I love the PNG Discord reactive Fugi tech. That stuff's amazing.
Oh yeah, it's super helpful. Let me go ahead.
Finally.
Where do I have? There's reactives. I can go ahead and pull that down to there. Yeah, let's have it like there. That'd be fine.
There, that fits a lot better. Now we can actually see you on stream.
No, never see me. It's illegal to do that.
Oh, too late. We're breaking the law.
Oh well, I guess we're dead then.
Fun.
But we are live on both my stream and your stream, so hi.
Hi. So we're ready to jump right into it. Pretty much the reason I wanted to talk with you is because I value your perspectives about, politics in general. And I've been seeing a lack of real political commentary on the VTuber spaces specifically. You have touched a bit on it somewhat, and I'm not here to say, hey, you should be talking about this more. I was wondering if you would be willing to share some of your insights about dealing with such kinds of thinking within spaces that don't quite have enough progressive voices.
So there's a couple of observations I've had since doing the VTuber thing, and I've been doing it about 2 years now. Really quick bit of history for that. I did start VTubing as a joke, 100%, because I wanted to troll my audience, and then I ended up getting sucked down the rabbit hole of the VTuber community after that fact, and then just went, oh, I guess we're here now. But a couple things that I have observed. One, VTubing as we know it, the very anime character-based VTubing, a lot of it's based off of corporations. So things that corporations like Nijisanji, Hololive, corporations like that, things that are considered standard for those corporations are what people who are fans of VTubing tend to emulate. The indie VTuber scene as it exists because corporate VTubing is a thing, largely. They popularized it, and now we have what we have right now. We could do the meme thing of the first VTuber was the annoying orange, or we could just accept that the first modern day VTuber we understand, as we understand VTubing, was Kitsune AI.
Yes, I did cover that actually before we talked. The first one to coin the term was Kizuna, but there was precursors to VTubers before her.
Yep. That's why I specifically am as we now understand them to be.
Mm-hmm.
So because that standard was already set there by corporations of like, hey, let's have a very clean look, let's have very clean characters, but with a little bit of edge. Character Gargura, the way that Gargura is allowed to present on her stream is very much like this character is innocent with edge. Very you can get further down that rabbit hole if you want to go into like people like Nanners, where absurdism and edge are way dialed up for characters like that. But it's always going to be apolitical, quote unquote. And when I say apolitical, I mean things that people are willing to accept in the Overton window. For those who don't know, the Overton window is the range of acceptable ideas between what we usually would consider like a right and left dichotomy. So, like, economically, capitalism would be the thing in the Overton window. That's the thing that's considered acceptable. If you go too far left and you get into socialism or communism, that's outside of the Overton window. If you go too far right and you get into like full-on authoritarianism, then you're outside of the Overton window there as well. So if somebody's saying something like, hey, let's bring down an economic system, that's going to be considered a political statement outside of the political norm. Now, there are people like, say, Iron Mouse, who will make comments on the United States medical system and its failures, and that's not considered super political because that's just a thing everybody complains about all the time. And because we're numb to complaining about the U.S. medical system, it's considered an apolitical statement, even though most critiques of the U.S. medical system are going to come from a very, very left-wing economic perspective. So most of it just comes down to the things people are already used to are the things that corporations are willing to work with, things that are within their accepted paradigm. And since the indie VTuber scene largely emulated the idol culture of the corporate VTuber scene, we got a lot of that apoliticality in the indie VTuber scene as well. Now, some of that is starting to change. Not so much in that we have a bunch of political VTubers now. We really don't. There's maybe a handful of us. We used to have like Pixie Explains, who's stopped VTubing. I got into doing, like, I learned how to do my VTubing stuff initially from another political VTuber, Miss Peep, who has largely not really had much time to dedicate to VTubing either. So, like, when it comes to VTubers who cover politics, I feel like I'm in a really awkward spot where I don't know if there's many besides me.
Yeah,
I don't really know.
I would honestly say you are the biggest left wing, or at least I don't actually know where you fall with that. Do you consider yourself leftist?
Oh, I'm a socialist. Like,
Oh, okay, cool, sweet.
That's the economic theory that I'm most subscribed to. So
And we're in
that's where that would
agreement
end
there.
up being.
So yeah, then I would definitely consider you the biggest left wing VTuber because you're literally the biggest one that I know of that actually actively talks about politics.
And like, I know that there's other VTubers who will talk about political issues. So like, my friend Nova will talk about political issues. I know that another friend of mine, Monica, will talk about politics every now and again on her stream. But largely, the vibe in most VTubing spheres, even when you can talk about politics in them, the vibe is mostly going to be gaming and let's chat, let's do react videos and stuff. Because again, that's what corporate VTubing does, and the indie scene emulates the corporate scene to at least a degree with some deviation. And I know from, I can't say the corporation, nor can I say the VTuber, but a person who is friends with someone who I am very close to did end up going from the indie scene into the corporate scene and has actually like started feeling agitated that they are not able to talk about things that are happening in America right now. A lot of the anti-trans legislation, stuff like that. They're not really able to talk about it because their corporation will not let them. Which is no different, mind you. It's no different than a corporation saying that, hey, don't talk about religion or politics as a cashier, right? It's the same idea. I can understand why they do it. I guess the reason it's a little different for me for VTubers though is that with VTubers, you're not just selling people on your brand. People aren't just watching HoloLive because it's HoloLive. They're watching HoloLive a lot of times because they go, "Oh, I want to watch Gura," so they're going to go watch HoloLive, but their favorite VTuber in there might be Gura, and so they're going to end up watching a lot of Gura, and they may watch the other HoloLive streamers as well, but that's going to be their fixation. That's going to be where they're at. Or like when Coco was a VTuber still as well. You know, you may go for the Corpo, but a lot of people will still stay there for Coco, and that's why so many people were sad when Coco left, graduated. So I do know that corporations do limit the things that VTubers can talk about when they're not an indie VTuber, and a lot of VTubers have to kind of make that decision if a corpo does reach out to them. Do you want to sacrifice that part of your identity, basically, that ability to speak about whatever you want so that you can get the paycheck that the corporation will give you? And I can understand taking the position of wanting to be hired by the larger company, because I'm not going to get super mad at anybody for trying to go look for financial stability. It's very hard to come by these days.
Oh yeah, especially in the world of VTubing.
Oh yeah, fun stats for anybody who wants to be sobered about their streaming career. The top 5% of Twitch streamers have 5 concurrent views. You just need 5 concurrent viewers to be in the top 5% of Twitch streamers. You need 25 concurrent viewers to be in the top 1% of Twitch streamers. You don't receive Twitch partner status until you have consistently been, and by consistently for me it was for 4 months, until you've consistently been at 75 viewers. So you have to be in the top percentage of percentages in order to start earning what's even close to considered a living wage on Twitch as a platform. So again, that's why I can't really fault anybody for going, hey, I'm going to take this decision that's going to allow me to do the thing I want to do and make enough money to live. Making enough money to live on streaming is incredibly fucking difficult. And it's sobering to look at those numbers, but it is a reality that we have to contend with.
Yeah, like, it was honestly a shock to me when I got an email from Twitch saying that I was actually in the top 5% of just chatting streamers for the year of 2022. And that was just because I interviewed other VTubers and people, like, tuned in. I wasn't able to get anywhere near partner, but still, it's amazing that somebody as small as me was able to get into the top 5. It's just that there are, from what I've heard, there's like 160,000 VTubers. There's over 1 million streamers out there in total.
Mm-hmm.
And like so many just expect that it can be a instant platform to success. It's not always.
It's the sharpshooter fallacy. They see the hits and they ignore the misses. Because when you're looking at everybody who's ever done streaming, you never see all of the streamers that have 0 viewers. The streamers who have nobody watching them, and they're just playing their game and either hoping that somebody gets there or just not caring whether somebody hops in, and they're just streaming. And then you're also not seeing all the people who are desperate to grow that audience and start doing things that sabotage their own career because they want that audience. There's some behaviors that you'll see from streamers where, like, they'll do a stream, they'll get only a handful of viewers for a while, or their viewers will dip because they changed games or something, and then they get really, really depressed and hop off stream and then talk about it on social media afterwards. And there's a fine line between being able to be sad, like publicly sad, mind you. All emotions are valid, but public displays of sadness. There's a fine line between being sad about low viewership and guilt-tripping your viewers into engaging more with you. And if you start, if your viewers start feeling more like they're guilt-tripped into being there, you can see how this becomes a bit self-destructive. You get sad and do the behavior because you're not getting the views, and then by not getting the views, the behavior you do ends up making it to where you get even fewer views, and it's a vicious cycle. And it's a cycle that's super easy to fall into because we hop on social media and we complain. It's what we do, and it's a thing that everybody is valid in doing, but it can come to bite you in the ass if you complained about certain things. And that's just kind of the reality of being a streamer. We kind of live and die by the actions we take publicly.
Yeah, that's just the nature of being a public figure, and that's part of being a streamer.
Yep.
There are, like, so many people will fall into that cycle because they see a lot of the people that they're interacting with gaining some success or perceived success on Twitter, but then it doesn't correlate or it doesn't transfer over to their actual content that they're going to. Like, they're trying to promote streams, they might get a lot of clicks on the they might get a lot of likes on the going live, but it might not be a lot of people jumping from the going live tweet into your stream. That's something you really got to work on, and that if you're falling into the vague tweeting about sadness and I need more viewers kind of thing, that's not going to get people going into your streams.
I have seen people on Twitch with over 10,000 followers and a concurrent viewership of 6, 7, 8. I have seen people, I have friends who have over 50,000 followers on Twitch and are still struggling to push for partner. Numbers do not always line up the way you think they will. Subscribers on YouTube doesn't mean you get views. Followers on Twitch doesn't mean you get views. And followers on Twitter doesn't mean that you get the engagement that follower amount should represent. That's a normal thing that happens. And it's one of those sobering things. Like, it's a landmine you have to think about when you're looking at say you're looking at your favorite VTuber and you go, hey, I want to be like them. Look at all these cool numbers they have. Boy, they could do anything and it would always pop off. But then if you ever get to know the person, you might find that they're actually going, no, things aren't easy. This post isn't getting the engagement it's supposed to. I'm not getting the viewers I'm supposed to at X, Y, or Z venue. Like, you never know the things that are happening behind those scenes. Or you might not know that there are some VTubers who have really, really strong followings on Twitch and have nothing outside of that. So they literally rely in almost a paycheck to paycheck sense on every stream being a banger. If they have a stream that doesn't perform super well, and at a certain threshold, a stream not performing super well may look by comparison like your dream stream. If you're a streamer who's used to having 300 concurrent viewers, a stream getting 80 viewers is a bomb. But if you're somebody who's starting out on Twitch, 80 viewers is what you need to get partner. It looks like a dream for you, but for the other streamer, 80 viewers might just mean that they have their lurkers that don't engage, and they might make no money off of that stream. And if that's their only source of revenue, they don't have Patreon, they don't have YouTube, they don't have anything else, like, that can be a crippling thing of anxiety for them to deal with. And then now they've got to try to not fall into that cycle of talking negatively about the stream and potentially even guilt tripping their chat, because you can end up destroying the community that's starting to suffer numbers wise when you do that.
Not only destroy the community and push people away from presenting that kind of behavior, you can also accidentally push people into a sort of toxic parasocial relationship where they feel they need to provide for you.
A fun experience I had with something like this, and it's not related to streaming. It was back when I played a lot of World of Warcraft as a kid. I recognized a cycle that was happening in my guild, and it was that we would have people hop in. They'd be level 60. This is back in vanilla. They would be level 60. They would want to start raiding. And back then, raiding required you to have 40 people online and ready to go, which meant you needed like 100 raiders to deal with scheduling conflicts. So we would get, say we would have 30 people, all level 60, all ready to raid, and then one person would leave. That's not just, hey, we lost a guild member now. That's, we're one step behind now in being able to raid again. And then when they would give the complaint, like, hey, I'm leaving because I want to go raid, and I can't raid in this guild because this guild doesn't have enough people to raid with, it created that cycle of like, can't get the guild to raid because we don't have enough people, and we don't have enough people because we can't get the guild to raid. I was 13 years old. I made the mistake of like complaining to people who would leave the guild, like as if they had betrayed the guild or some shit. Because I was a dumb 13-year-old, right? Like I wanted to raid as well. I wanted to do the end game content. And I was like, hey, we could all get there together, but if you're not part of it, then we'll never get there. It's the same thing with a streamer. You can have that really, really unhealthy, hey, I'm invested in the streamer's success, and if you're not invested in the streamer's success, then you're part of the problem. Like, no streamer of any color is owed an audience. You're never owed an audience. You are never owed a particular amount of money from that audience. You are never owed a particular amount of engagement from that audience. Anything that audience is willing to give you in monetary or viewership number form is a gift from that audience to you. And the minute you forget that that's the relationship you have, that audience goes away.
Yeah, that's something that is super important to keep in mind.
But it was when you mentioned that parasocial thing, I'm like, oh, yeah, no, I did this thing back when I was a kid.
Yeah, we've all made dumb mistakes when we were teenagers. I mean, who doesn't cringe at the thought of them as a teenager when they're an adult?
Yeah, it's true, but it's how we learn. Um, but you did mention on like VTubers who do or don't talk about politics. So a thing that
Yes.
I've learned to do, because there is that expectation of apoliticality in the VTuber sphere, is whenever I raid a VTuber, if it's new, I'll raid the VTuber and I will not mention that I talk about politics. I simply won't do it because I know if I do, my audience may think that that's, or sometimes they'll do like, hey, this is my moment where I can talk about politics in the other streamer's stream. Like, no,
Ooh,
most
yeah.
streamers don't want to bring that into their stream because talking about politics necessarily brings a lot of negativity, a lot of polarity. It's not a thing most people want to deal with. Don't bring it into another streamer's stream, no matter how invested you are, unless that streamer goes like, hey, it's an okay thing to talk about. And since I mostly raid VTubers on Twitch, because most of the political streamers that I'm affiliated with, they all run on Whiteleaf websites. So like Vosh and Xanderhall and Demon Mama, Shark Zero, like all of them use Whiteleaf websites. And so when we do end up streaming at the same time, me raiding on Twitch doesn't do a whole lot because their viewership is on a website. So
Wait, Whiteleaf website?
So there is a creator of websites and infrastructure named White Nervosa, and White Nervosa is the one who works on Xander Hall's, Luxander's, Vosh's, Demon
Yeah.
Mama's. All of their websites are ran by the same person, and it's under the brand name Whiteleaf.
Oh, okay. I knew White Nervosa had done some, at least, tech work for Vosh. I'd heard of that, but
Yeah,
I didn't know exactly how they ran their sites or the background knowledge of that. Thank you for that.
yeah.
But
That's
yeah,
what I used to have a Whiteleaf site too, and then I realized that like because of my position as a VTuber, I'm thoroughly integrated into the Twitch ecosystem. So starting that ecosystem over on a standalone Whiteleaf site didn't make any sense because VTubers raiding each other is one of the ways a lot of us grow. And that culture doesn't exist when your streaming is done on a bespoke site.
um, wasn't there a thing that YouTube was adding that is like rating, but it's only for partners?
They do have one, but I mean, you gotta remember, being a partner on YouTube just means that you have 1,000 subs and you've had 4,000 watch hours. If you're streaming on YouTube, 4,000 watch hours comes really, really fast. But no, that system is garbage.
Oh,
It
okay.
exists. It exists, and it's functionally worthless.
Yeah, I personally have the majority of my chat is on Twitch, but I've been trying to build my YouTube up. So I've been looking into different options. But I
Fair.
did, want to talk on. There's a fair amount of commentators. I'm not here to point names and start beef on somebody else's stream, but there's a fair amount of commentators that push the idea of you shouldn't talk politics at all. And in reality, a lot of their content is just talking political prescriptions of the VTuber community. And they just don't really address that. They say basically anything progressive is political.
Well, that's why I talked about the Overton window 1st.
Mhm.
Like, there's an acceptable Overton window of stuff you can talk about in the VTuber community. Like, you can talk about medical issues. Sometimes you can talk about trans issues because there's actually a lot of trans VTubers.
Turns out, yeah.
Yeah, it turns out a ability to, without dealing with the U.S.'s crappy medical system, have the body that you want and then present the way you want would be very attractive to a lot of trans people. Funny that.
Yeah.
But just so because of that, there are a lot of trans people who are at least moving that bit of the Overton window there, because there's a lot more trans people in the VTuber community than there are in a lot of other streaming communities because of the nature of how VTubing works. But there are a lot of things that are just considered outside of the realm of what you can talk about in VTuber communities largely. Like, if you talk about gun reform in VTuber communities, you're going to get fights. You're just going to get fights because there is no consensus Overton window on that at all in that particular community. And it does kind of, what was it? There was one person, VTuber, who made a post on Twitter, and again, not gonna name names of the person. I did a video on them. If you really want to go into a backlog of 1,600 videos to go find that, that is your hyperfixation, not mine. But there was a VTuber who made comments on Twitch about how no VTuber should talk about politics, and they got lambasted. It's a weird paradox. It's expected in the VTuber community that you don't talk about politics, but when you talk about not talking about politics, the indie VTuber community will actually lambast you. It's a weird dichotomy. Both of these things exist simultaneously, and I don't know how to square it. It's like the community's perfectly fine talking about politics, but then when it comes to actually talking about politics, it won't happen that much. But like this VTuber, when they said that, like, hey, VTubers shouldn't talk about politics, it only screws up their careers, like, they got lambasted not only by me, but by people as big as Takahata 101. All got in on going like, this person is really, they don't know what they're talking about. Takahata's critique of them was literally, hey, I don't think any VTubers should be taking career advice from somebody whose numbers show that VTubing isn't even their career.
Ouch. Wow.
And the person actually, like, I don't know if they were a fan of Taka or what, but they actually did say, like, this was one of the first bits of good advice I saw in this thread. And I'm like, yeah, because I've got to be honest, if somebody tells me how to do my job and they've never done my job, I'm just going to ignore them. Or a recent thing that happened, my friend Vivi Shan, she's a VTuber who will openly talk about politics. She's had me on her channel multiple times. She actually recently was on Takahata 101's stream as well, speaking of Taka.
Nice.
But Vivi recently made a comment about feminism on Twitter, and I'm not gonna
feminism. I had covered a video that like was a hit piece against her, that was her talking, just saying that white male privilege exists.
Well, that's what I'm referring to. That's what I'm referring to. Because that's literally just like the baseline feminist take. White male privilege exists.
Yeah.
And Rev Says Desu and a bunch of other people all ended up making hit pieces on her after that, saying like, this VTuber's destroyed her career. And yet, like, I've looked at her streaming numbers since then. They're the same.
Changed.
It hasn't changed. Vivi's audience knows what she's about. Vivi's audience, not only that, but like, she's still going to be able to go to things like Off-Kai Expo and other areas where she's going to still be able to do like VTuber career stuff. Like, none of that's going away. And then I know me and Vivi have a stream planned as well where we're going to actually expound on a lot of the stuff that she was talking about in her thread, just all in video form. Because I was like, hey, you know, it's a really funny way to stick it to a bunch of people who say you shouldn't talk about politics as a VTuber when a bigger VTuber who talks about politics does a collaboration with you. um, so like
I am
seeing
looking
that,
forward to hearing that conversation.
like seeing
yeah.
that, seeing that whole like fallout happen, it was astounding to me because I'm just sitting there like, I do this as a full-time job. And I've done this as a full-time job for a while now. So when people are like, hey, you'll destroy your career doing this. No, you won't. You destroy your career when you do it stupidly. You destroy your career when you build an audience that believes one thing and you try to subvert it almost abusively. Like, let's say you build up an audience of really, really progressive people, a lot of LGBTQ and trans people, and then you start talking about how trans panic is a thing that you think is good and good for being legal. Like, you start doing that, you've 180'd your audience, and of course, you've blown up your audience. And there's going to be people who say, like, oh, well, you talk about politics that destroyed your audience. No, you violated the trust of an audience, and that's what blew up your audience. You can generate an audience talking about politics. It's done by everyone in some way, shape, or form or another. It just depends on where you sit on the Overton window as to what you consider, quote, politics.
Yeah, literally, politics basically directly or indirectly affects like every aspect of life. You can't avoid it.
Also, somebody in my chat, Psycho Yuffie, said, being called out by Rev Says Desu should be considered a badge of honor. It should be.
Honestly,
it
was for me.
It was awkward for me because I got called out on something by Rev Says Desu and Kyo, and I believe both of them censored my name when it happened. But it was like my audience, they saw the videos and when they saw my Twitter, they're like, "Oh, that was from Suris." So I ended up making video responses to both of them anyway. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm not big enough for Rev to make like a call out video against me, but he did respond to one of my hot takes of a hot take Twitter thread. Didn't censor my name, didn't censor my profile picture. Though I didn't get any backlash from any of his fans from that, so I honestly don't care if he did or didn't.
Yeah, fair enough.
I just found it interesting that the first video of his that I covered, he did take the stance of you shouldn't unknowingly cause harassment by, carelessly showing details of people you're actively disagreeing with. But I don't think just showing the name of somebody you disagree with is leading to that.
Here's the thing. Hot take. Censoring the profile image and the name of people who you are actively disagreeing with on Twitter or what have you is a useless endeavor. It is completely worthless because the Twitter advanced search feature exists. All somebody has to do is type in the exact phrase that you said, which you would be showing because you are making the hot take video on what they said. All somebody has to do is type in those words into the Twitter advanced search, and they'll find the tweet. They'll find you. I put a layer of anonymity on this person. No, it doesn't change shit. People can still find you. And maybe this is just like
signal.
Maybe this is just from somebody who has been the target of harassment campaigns before. So I mean, I'm in the middle of one right now because of the video I did on Young Rippa. So maybe I'm just like, it just doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If somebody wants to find you to harass you, they're gonna do it. They're just gonna do it.
Yeah, unfortunately, these kinds of campaigns are more frequent than I would like.
Yeah.
But I mean, they kind of follow along with the nature of the kind of content that we're putting out.
No, it's Smacker was asking who's Rev Says Desu. Rev Says Desu is a React VTuber. Well, it used to be just React YouTuber, but now does a VTuber model as well. Just reacts to dramas in the anime and VTuber industry. I'll go ahead and say right now, my opinion of Rev Says Desu is, if I needed a dictionary definition of bottom feeder, I would look at Rev. Rev would be my diction.
Sorry?
Like that, Rev would be my dictionary definition of just a bottom feeder.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. He was the main driving force of why I came up with the term V-grifter. He loves calling people on Twitter V-tweeters, as if their advocacy doesn't go any farther than on Twitter. And then I'm calling him a grifter because, you know, he pushes the don't do the politics, go woke, go broke stuff. And then his stuff is only political.
I've seen so like I saw with Monica and Vivi, both of them, when harassment campaigns went against both of them, they both had the term V-tweeter labeled at them as if they don't have their own streams with their own audiences that are all established. Just it feels like people who don't want to do even an ounce of research, and they're just looking for the knee-jerk reaction. Like, for instance, when I did my my Young Rippa video, one of the accusations that was levied at me by him and his fans was, hey, this person doesn't stand by his opinions, he's hiding behind a cartoon. Ignoring all of the times where I show my face, which are really easy to find if you just do an ounce of research. But nobody wants to do that ounce of research, they just want the knee-jerk reaction. So they go for it.
Yeah, it's like they just follow along with the headlines and don't actually read the articles.
It's a pretty normal thing, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's not VTuber specific.
Nope. But that does beg the question, did you have any other topics or questions you wanted to get into?
I was wanting to bring up how are ways that we could potentially reach across the aisle, so to speak, to try and find topics we can agree with them, or agree with, you know, the more right-winger people, so we can at least appear to be willing to work with them. The two main subjects that I'm thinking of are how they seem to agree with us that parasocial relationships can be very toxic if left unchecked, as well as VTuber agencies can be quite exploitative of their talents. So perhaps we could use those agencies as a way to, or like a wedge issue to potentially push worker cooperatives among VTubers.
So the idea of getting a HoloLive union type of deal set up, it would require a couple of things. It would require all of HoloLive to be simultaneously willing to fire all of their talent all at once. And it would also require all of their talent to be willing to band together to do that. Creating a union is a notoriously hard thing to do. Especially when we're talking about a VTuber agency where the talent is, as far as I know, we don't have full numbers on this, but as far as I know, the talent for VTuber agencies are very well paid for what they do. So it's very hard to convince them that, like, hey, you need protection, because they go like, oh, they'll never replace me, nothing bad's going to happen to me, and then, you know, the graduation happens in a month.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any confirmed sources on this, but apparently 75 VTubers have graduated from Niji Sanji globally, so that's kind of concerning given that it's been around for a few years now. That's a lot of talent. But I wasn't really referring to, hey, let's push to unionize HoloLive, but maybe we can spread the idea of why don't people push more to make their own VTuber agencies where everybody has a stake in what's said and control of how the organization goes as a whole.
So it would be very hard to sell a lot of people on that as the solution, because that already exists. There's a lot of indie VTuber agencies that have popped up in the last 2 years that do recruitment for small talent, usually like streamers who are in the 8 to 10 range, end up getting into these very, very smaller indie. They emulate corpos, but they're not corpos in the same way. So like
the underground corpo scene, I guess.
Basically, so like that, it would be very hard to sell that as the solution to that issue to right wingers, because that already exists and has shown to not do anything to the Niji Sanjis, the Hololives of the world. So, like, I would like to agree that that would be a way to push that if that didn't already exist. And we've already seen that a lot of times those organizations will build up, get a lot of steam, and then fall apart, either because there's some internal conflict. And one of the things you do in a corporation is you set up redundancy. If we lose half of our management staff, there's a way that a corporate reshuffle happens that they're still able to function. But if you lose half of your indie management staff, you've probably lost 2 out of 4 people. That may be you losing the head artist and also the only artist. Like, it's very, very hard to weather that when you have fewer people, and you can't set up those kind of redundancies. Also, Victor Martinez, graduation in VTubing just means getting fired or leaving your job. That's all it is. It is the nice way of saying the VTuber is no longer working with the agency, which is the equivalent of getting fired and leaving your job.
Yeah, that's the corpo definition, but indie does also use it for like when they're no longer being a VTuber, they're switching to doing face cam streaming, or they're just leaving streaming it altogether and not doing anything.
Yeah. A lot of the problems with VTuber culture come down to the fact that VTubing is based in idol culture, and idol culture is exploitative. Like, there's no ifs, ands, or buts. It's just exploitative music industry that builds a persona for you to perform as, and then when you're no longer useful, the persona can either be swapped to another person or destroyed, and a new persona can be created. It's very hard to divorce corporate VTubing from that idol culture, and it's very hard to divorce indie VTubing from that idol culture. I think that's one of the reasons we run into problems with people like Rev and other creators who do the whole like, hey, VTubers shouldn't talk about politics, because they're looking at it through that idol culture lens instead of looking at it through the lens of this is just a way to stream. It's one of the avenues to stream. Not everybody needs to engage in the idol culture bullshit.
Yeah, I've just been trying to find different ways to push more progressive thinking towards these fans and be able to reach them in new ways.
So I'm going to be honest. The easiest way to do that is not going to be with any grand strategy of like how to reshape the VTuber industry, because VTuber fans are fans of VTubing as it exists now. Yeah. Massive reformations in the industry will only make them not want to engage. What you can push them on, though, what you can do is you can make it personal. So it's very easy for somebody to be anti-trans, for instance, until a loved one is trans. It's very easy for someone to be anti-gay until a loved one is gay. The easiest way, the most effective way to get VTuber fans online, on the side of progressive politics, is to just have more VTubers that are larger, that are representatives of those ideals. So VTubers who are gay and are willing to be vocal about that fact. Not just in a let's Yuri bait for the audience gay, but actual they are gay or bi or pan, and it's a thing that they talk about on their stream. Or if they are trans and they talk about it on their stream and they grow an audience of people who are there. There are people who will be anti-trans, follow a VTuber, enjoy their content, and then by the time they realize they're trans, they have a road ahead of them. They can either continue enjoying the content that they've enjoyed for legitimate reasons for the last year or so, or they can abandon it because the VTuber is trans. And just simply putting that path ahead of them does a world in terms of making them refigure out their position. Just like one of the easiest ways to turn a person in real life to be progressive is to expose them to other people who are representatives of the ideals that they've been told they're not supposed to like. You're not supposed to like gay people, not supposed to like trans people, not supposed to like atheists until your daughter is trans, your best friend is gay, and your mother tells you they've been an atheist for the past 30 years, suddenly your entire world gets rocked. You either abandon your world or you realign your position on your world.
Yeah.
Doing that in the VTuber industry is probably the best way to get those people online. People don't think logically most of the time. They think with their emotions. So make it to where their emotions are having to give them a dilemma between their entertainment.
Yeah, I can definitely agree with that. You need that representation in order to get the support going. The problem is we need to actually get those streamers up there, and it's been pretty hard for a lot of people to make it big because it's a crapshoot. You got to get struck by lightning in order to make it big.
Yeah, it is a crapshoot, and is a thing that you would think is easier to do in a community that has such high trans representation, because the VTuber community does. But at that point, unfortunately, the easiest thing to, or the best thing to do, would be either trying to get some of those indie platforms to get larger, or having those corporations in their later generations bring on people who were representative of those areas. I'm already going to say, if somebody wants to do the whole, like, are you calling for affirmative action? Sure, why not? The first, 4 generations of HoloLive are all, OWO girls. You can branch out from that. There's nothing wrong with doing that. There's nothing wrong with doing that, especially in, media representation. So just developing those fan bases, having VTuber fans that are exposed to larger VTubers who are representatives of those things, it's one of the best ways to do it, because the alternative is probably impossible. The alternative is having a bunch of larger VTubers risk their careers by talking openly about politics more often in an environment that, like I said, is simultaneously hostile to you talking about politics and then wants to say it's okay for all of us to talk about politics. It's a dice roll that not a lot of larger VTubers with established audiences are going to want to do, especially if they're contractually bound against it. So alternatively, just having the people that people get attracted to parasocially be representatives of those things instead of talking about them, that's the only way to do that within the framework we have right now. This very corporate idol culture-y setup that we've got at the moment, I think that's probably the only way we have there, at least within this setup.
It does make me wonder if I should, and honestly, keep the trans flag in my Twitter bio or Twitter name, because yes, I want to make it perfectly aware that I'm trans, but I'm also perfectly aware that it is inherently politicized thanks to the Republican Party, and that can have an effect on who will actually click on me and listen to what I have to say.
So it's a catch-22.
It is.
There are people who are already progressive who may look at the trans flag as a sign of inclusivity, and therefore it's a good reason to follow you from the beginning. It's like how when the war in Ukraine began, how Ukraine flags were how a lot of political divides happened. People with Ukraine flags in their bio became targets of establishment people who decided they wanted to suck Russia's teat that day. And then people who were advocates for supporting Ukraine were identified just by having the flag. So there is that filter effect that it can have. But I think it might not matter either way, personally. I think when you're in the indie scene, your growth is going to be organic, whether it's people realizing you're trans hopping in your stream or not. Not to mention, if your growth is happening on Twitch, for instance, a lot of people are going to discover your Twitter after your Twitch. They're going to find you because of the Twitch algorithm, and then they may decide, they may think you're trans, or they may not think you're trans, but either way, if they go to your Twitter, they'll find out. But I don't think it's going to change much either way. If somebody starts developing a fanship for you, that's going to be there irrespective of that. I don't think in the indie scene, with how spread out and disparate everything is here, that it will make a difference either way. People are going to find you organically one way or the other.
Yeah, I have found with pushing more on making the YouTube content, I'm getting organic growth there separate from the Twitter. I'm getting Twitter for my tweets and not really crossing the gap between those two platforms.
Yeah,
I get
people
some.
are willing to move from stream to stream or video to stream, but like Twitter to stream, there's a different audience, right? So like on YouTube, people are watching content, spending time watching content, and then when they're out of content, they look for more content. And if you're live, suddenly there's more content. On Twitter, people are looking for flash in the pan engagement and then putting their phone away. They're not going to be jumping from Twitter to your stream as fast because the platforms serve two different mental states. Not that they serve different people. People who are on Twitter and Twitch and YouTube they're the same guy usually, typically, but that same guy is on Twitter for one experience and on YouTube for another. And the Twitch experience happens to mirror or sometimes supplement the YouTube experience. The Twitter experience is its own hellscape that exists as an amalgam of DeviantArt and 4chan.
Yeah, I can see that. But yeah, I think that covers basically all the different topics I were really wanting to bring up with you.
Okay.
I don't suppose you have any other thoughts you'd like to share?
I guess there's a big one that's been on my mind a lot recently, and I've done a video on it before, and I'll go ahead and repeat it here. If you want to be a streamer of any variety, and you are sitting here contemplating, trying to figure out if you want to be a streamer, that's the thing that you're rolling over in the grave. What am I going to do? What am I going to talk about? What am I going to? Shut up. Stop listening to the voice in your head that's telling you all the different ways you could do this or it could mess up. Just do it. Do it and fail. And when you fail, learn from that failure and then do it again. And then do it again. And then do it again. It's that way with any skill you ever could possibly do. Any skill at all. Said have money first. No, I disagree with that one too. You can use a shitty webcam, a $20 microphone, and a PNG you drew in chalk and poo-poo, and that be your PNG tuber avatar, and you can start that way. Like, you don't need a lot of money to start.
I started as a PNG tuber using a pic crew. Well, no, I was a flesh tuber, then a PNG tuber, then I made a free 3D one. Honestly, I haven't spent money on my VTuber yet.
Hey, there you go.
Exactly.
Like, just do it and do it freely. If I were to recommend a wonderful guide to starting doing VTubing while having it be super cost effective or even free, if you've never watched the VTuber Fofamit goes into basically just the top to bottom of here's how you make all the software work for you. And here's how you do all this for free. Here's how you develop an avatar for free. Here's how you build an environment in Unity for free. Here's how you do, like, all the little things that go into VTubing besides just turning on OBS and hitting the record button. Fofamit pretty much breaks down all of that on her channel really, really well.
That is good to know. Definitely want more people to check that out because I personally want to see more content creators. I like consuming content.
Oh, and there you go. And like I do want to reiterate when I said like try the thing and fail, that may sound disheartening. Everybody who's ever succeeded at anything has done this.
Yeah.
Everyone. They have all failed at something multiple times. We started out this stream talking about the sharpshooter fallacy and how easy it is to just look at the misses or the hits and forget all the misses. It's the same way with this. It's not just the amount of streamers who failed to get big and you're just looking at the big streamers and looking at them only. You're forgetting all the times that the big streamers have failed.
Yeah, like People see Iron Mouse's success now, but they didn't see the years of stagnation that she struggled with before she made her success.
Yep. And it is that way with every content creator for the most part. People that love Mr. Beast don't see the years that he got almost no views on his channel at all. It's just how things work.
Yep, that's just. I don't really have more to add to that.
Fair enough. Then is there anything you want to say maybe to my audience before we split ways?
Well, there's one sort of personal question. I was curious about you because I
Sure.
did see your video you put out on April 1st. I was just
Okay.
curious how you felt about fan art of the not safe for work variety.
I have become so numb to it that I'm fine. That's where that's where I sit on it.
Okay.
I
Mhm.
was less comfortable with it several years ago, and then certain people in my audience who may or may not be in the chat right now. I'm looking at you, Stoff, because that was all porn from one person. That was all from Stoff. That's all from one.
In that video?
Yes. So I have become thoroughly desensitized to the levels to which my audience and their artistic skills will stoop. So, I don't care anymore.
Okay, good to know. Because like I personally enjoy making such kind of content, but I don't like doing it of people that I don't have the explicit knowledge that they like that kind of content.
Fair. I am ambivalent. Do with that what you will.
I shall.
It is asked in my chat real quick. Suris, who is your guest? My guest here, or I'm actually their guest right now. I'm on their stream.
Oh,
But
please, you're platforming me. Thank you, sirs. My
But-
name is Mistress Briley.
Yep, and I just dropped a link to their Twitch stream in the chat if you want to go ahead and follow them. And I'm saying them because I haven't actually asked pronouns yet. So
We forgot to establish that. I go by she, her, but I'm not too picky about they, theming me.
yeah,
Oh,
fair enough.
Holy shit, thank you guys. You really don't.
So
you don't
Twitch, I
need
don't
to
use
sub.
Twitch.
I'm just happy that I've been able to have this conversation with you.
Yep. Fair enough. Sir sent me have a follow. I'm looking at the chat on your end now.
Yeah. Welcome in, everybody, and thanks for joining. And thank you, Suris. I've really enjoyed this conversation.
No problem. Thank you for reaching out.
I believe you've got more content you're going to be working on. I've got more content I'm going to be working on.
Yep, I am looking at. I've got one more thing I need to do because I'm covering the Sunny V2 Mr. Beast video that has been making the rounds, and then I will be ending stream after that.
I've loosely heard of that. That's going to be fun.
Fair enough. Well, then I will leave you to the rest of your stream with what seems to be now a lot of people coming to harass you from my audience. So good luck with that. They're all degenerates.
Yay! Perfect. They're going to listen to me talk about Twitter supporters.
There you go. Well, I have enjoyed talking with you, and I will, hopefully, you have a wonderful rest of your stream.
Same to you. Take care, Suris.
See ya.
Oh my god. It was so hard to sometimes get myself to start interjecting into the conversation because, you know, you forget that you're talking to somebody, and I'm used to listening to him talk. I love that. Great convo. Welcome in, everybody. These are just going to keep going, and it's hilarious that it's I have muted them now, so hopefully they're quiet. It's just Trump saying Obama. Whew. Yeah, this chaos will take a while. It will take a while. I'm sorry I didn't really engage with chat during that. I was more focused on the conversation. Didn't want to detract from that. But welcome in, everybody. Plenty of new faces. I'm seeing some old faces. Hey, Blaze, it's been a bit. Oh, Bomna. That's the YouTube. True. Oh, okay. It looks like it's finally caught up. Wait, where's my VC face? I've got like so many goddamn sources on my OBS. I need to fix that up. So, I'm going to be talking about supporters today on Twitter. Particularly the Super Sassy Support Squad. Who are they? Who are we? And what do we do? Here from the Suris stream. Howdy! My goodness. But the Super Sassy Support Squad is basically just a group of people that, well, we all kind of like seeing the VTuber content. We like seeing people enthuse about what they're doing. We like to see them grow. We like to see model reveals. We like to help promote stream schedules. You're more than welcome to @me directly on Twitter. There's also the other founder, Draconis Liberius. Or Draconis Liberius is one of the founders. I think there's one other. But he and... Or no, they... I'm sorry, Drac. I'm pretty sure Drac is they, them. But Drac and Sir Mori run the Simp Inc. Twitter account. And they have been doing a lot of Twitter promotion, a lot of retweeting and letting other supporters know about model reveals, schedules, events, that kind of thing. With us, you're totally welcome to add us under your main post so that we can also give you a retweet and get you more of that visibility. We have a hashtag on Twitter. You can just drop the hashtag Super Sassy Support Squad, and one of us will likely drop your tweet under the supporter Discord, which is a private Discord just for the supporters. Now, we do each have our own limits of what we will and won't retweet. I know Drac is a lot more open about like going live tweets. They will, I'm so bad at them. They will be more than happy to retweet, hey, I'm going live. Me personally, I don't really like going into the going live stuff. I do tend to promote the content I'm doing live, but for others, I am kind of black-pilled on the engagement you get from the tweets. I prefer to promote dropping the Super Sassy Support Squad hashtag in chat. Thank you. Quadruple S's for us. For me, I prefer you've got your model reveals, you've got your schedules, if you give me a tweet that say you're going live tomorrow and you talk about what you're going to be doing on that stream, I will be happy to retweet that. You tag me under a tweet of, hey, I'm live now, watch me. I'm honestly not going to retweet that because what draws people to your stream besides the fact that you're live? That's my main concern. You want to be able to promote people beyond, I'm live right now. Thank you, Pink. That helps. There has been a bit of... there's a call out of Drac, who is a personal friend of mine, which is why I'm talking about this, that they are less than savory. I have talked to them directly about it, and they have given me the okay to talk about the call out that was made against them. They were called ableist and transphobic. Now, I'm not going to say that Drac is not transphobic because they're my friend. I'm going to say Drac's not transphobic because I've actually gotten to know them over the last few months. And I am more than confident in saying Drac is not ableist because, well, they've gone into detail of specific things that I'm not going to repeat. Now, the call out for him being, or for them being transphobic is kind of a reach, honestly, in my book. It was because Drac had a friend that had another friend that was like, if you play the funny wizard game, I'm blocking you. And then that person had a friend that was transgender and was like, well, I'm above that, so I because I'm trans, so I can play the game, right? They played the game. That person blocked them. Drac stood by that because, every person can do what they want with their. Where did Drac get called on? On Twitter. It was directly under tweets from me. But basically, Drac stood by the fact that that person can do what they want with their platform, even if they disagreed with the blocking of people because of a game. Standing by that, had at least one person calling Drac transphobic, which is why I pushed back against that. Because the friend was trying to virtue signal trans inclusion and then blocked a trans person, so that made them transphobic, and then Drac defended them and that made Drac transphobic? No. That's not how this shit works. Now, Drac was then called ableist because they associate and support the person that founded hashtag Vtubers with Disabilities Discord. Not the hashtag itself. They weren't the original founder of the hashtag, but they have gotten in contact with the original founder. They're going to be doing their own support, their own ways, but they're both using the hashtag. Now, because of that misunderstanding, Drac was called ableist because they supported the other person, the Discord founder of VTubers with Disability. Now, that is just ridiculous to me. It's basically why I'm nipping it in the butt. But yeah, that's pretty much all there is to the Super Sassy Support Squad. There is a list on Twitter that Draconis Liberius has that has all of us on it so that you can find who we are. You can hit us up in DMs, see what we can or will or won't retweet. I am more than happy to accept DMs asking about that. And yeah, we just want to see more VTubers be able to pursue this as a career. We're just doing our part to do that. Okay, I'm sorry. I have to be right back real quick, but I will be back very shortly. Okay, I promised I wasn't going to be gone too long. I didn't want to go too far away, but I had to step away for a second. God, I've only got like one topic left. I I guess I didn't expect that this supporter segment to be like a half hour, an hour long kind of thing. I do kind of tend to talk about things pretty quick, cover enough. Okay. So the last topic I was going to talk about was indie versus corpo Vtubing. Sharing my perspective, thoughts on that. I'm just finishing up a monster. Not that kind, but I wish it was that kind. Good times. Hello there, Melody. You just like listening to me talk, Bun? Thank you. Hey, Blaze. You know what I mean. You know what I'm about. You've been around for a bit. Alrighty. That conversation with Suris did give me a lot to think about in regards to worker cooperatives and agencies. You know very much what I'm about. True. Bun, you've been around for so much longer than a lot of people. God, weren't you like one of the first people I interviewed? Oh, thank you, Melody. I do have, anxieties about my voice, but who doesn't? Full of big brain, big horn, and big Rabu for VTubing? True. I do love talking about VTubing in general. I try to do my best to talk about, the VTuber scene in general and provide a progressive voice. Because, there's not enough commentators about VTubers that are progressive. I have been getting a little bit. Thank you, Len. You should see her IRL. She's fucking hottie. True. I mean, there was one of my IRL pictures that started circling because of a troll, and it's like everybody besides the troll was saying that I'm hot. And I was actually surprised to see who actually jumped in on that Twitter thread. Like, I personally don't need people to jump in and defend me on Twitter, but it's nice when some of the bigger ones are like, hey, this person is talking shit. No, like I'm saying I'm not a supermodel, but I know I'm not ugly. That's what I'm saying. Preaching to Kawaii. Angel Tail, you're cute. There is definitely. Who says it needs to be supermodel level? True. Do you think VTuber agencies need a lot of disability VTubers can spread awareness of disability? Which means a lot to them and me. Honestly, because I have global dypraxia and spectrum of autism is a neurological disorder. Yeah, I do think that there is definitely room for more. There's more than enough room for VTubers with disabilities to be able to make names for themselves. I mean, look at Iron Mouse. She's the biggest female streamer. And she's also homebound, unfortunately. I'm enjoying my drinks. there is conversation to be had about the different ways that indie or corpo VTube, indie or corpo VTubing can. Damn it! I'm gonna just restart that recording. Fuck it, take 2. Tried getting into streaming at one point. I just haven't had a steady enough setting to do my stuff. Set up my laptop and streaming stuff. Oh, that's totally fair. It's not exactly easy. Like, it's kind of easy to get jumping into streaming, but it does require so much setup that a lot of people just don't think about. Full body arthritis. No. Why can't we have a cure for that yet? We got a cure for soft dick. But yeah, I'm pretty sure I got osteoarthritis in my wrists. But like, I wouldn't call it debilitating for me. It just kind of hurts. Not even going to talk about how easy I find it for myself to set up streaming. I mean, it's different per people. It wasn't exactly easy for me to figure out how to get this model specifically on stream. I never figured out how to do that conversion. A friend of mine did it for me. So, like, I'm kind of stuck with waiting until I figure out how to do the conversion myself, or paying my friend to export some models. I'd like a cure for big dick, to be honest. No. Well, that's a penis ensmallment surgery. VTuber company's role is supporting their VTubers. And there's a tweet take that I found interesting, maybe encapsulate in the current role. Ooh, link it, please, Angel Tail. Large way corporate VTubing is a response to the growing independence of content creation. Nothing is at odds. Yeah, I know you told me about the exporting of the models, Len. I'm just too stupid to actually figure it out. I just have some sort of political literacy, so I appear intelligent. But yes, I am totally happy with links being dropped in chat. Please hit me up. Giga Chad, true. There is conversation to be had about how VTubing can serve the different types of communities, in what ways it can provide not only sources of income or outlets of creative talent, and fuck, I forget where I was going to go with that. That's a good spot for the intro. There are different ways that VTubing, or that indie and corporate VTubing interact and play their roles in how the VTubing community at large conducts itself. A lot of people do take inspiration and follow along with the ideas and ways that corpo VTubers present themselves and how they conduct their content. That does lead a lot of people in the indie VTuber scene to be, well, what is it? To try and emulate that to, achieve success on their own. But that isn't the only way to achieve success as a VTuber. Or should on what role VTubers companies should play if VTuber companies, or if VTuber company owners really want to put their talents in VTubers in the center, then, well, yeah, then they could actually be promoting. I have heard talk of, what was it, Niji Sanji Indonesia and another one, I believe, were feeling like they were not getting promoted at all. So they kind of graduated. Maybe at the very least have their voices and takes heard in the center, like VShoujo saying they are a VTuber-centered or VTuber-first company. There is a part of me that has an issue with the idea of VTuber first. Because while yes, everybody does get attached to the VTuber themselves, the Oshi, if you will, there are so many people that work in the background of like VShojo and Hololive that don't always get the recognition that they deserve. I don't know much about the contracts available to them, but that might be an issue with them. Who knows if the artists are being paid what they deserve? Withdrawing, and soon enough I'll ask my viewers if they have disabilities that I can talk with a bit when I post it. Oh, nice. It is important to honestly promote that because, there's not enough avenues that actually portray people with disabilities as, people. A lot of media presents them as, or presents those types of people as like a minority that doesn't really need to be discussed, but honestly, I think it does. That's why I've been making a pretty big push to talk more about people with disabilities. I've been promoting quite a few of the indie scene that I can for VTubers with disabilities. Maybe at the most have VTubers get a bigger share of the pie and stake when it comes to the economic benefits. Instead of just VTubers receiving salaries, maybe they could become stakeholders and part owners of the company, a step towards making group more towards a worker cooperative. Oh, yeah, I like that idea. Though I don't think we would actually be able to push VShojo or Hololive or Niji-Sanji to actually be able to unionize. I think that kind of their culture is already too ingrained, but I do think there is a room or there is a place for that kind of mentality for an agency to thrive. So perhaps I should look into smaller agencies that are running like a cooperative, like what I want to see more of. Because if I don't have to be, or even if I'm not the first, I don't care. I just want to see more VTubers, more artists, more riggers, more musicians, animators, all those people in the background. I want them to also have a stable income. And like be able to, live their lives with dignity. There's so many people that don't have the ability to, make regular careers for themselves. There's plenty of people that just can't stand for 8 hours straight. That's simple as. Change can also start from the outside. Yes. When Nusagi said that it only quote unquote takes 20,000 to start a VTuber company, I'm wondering if it's possible to convince a few investors or peeps with muns. Honestly, I'm wondering that too. Or perhaps if I had, a little bit of business schooling, then I could potentially apply for like a loan to start up a company myself, but I don't have that. To adopt the worker cooperative model instead of talent agency group model. Yeah, like a lot of these agencies run as the talent agency group. I do wonder how many artists, riggers, that kind of thing are regularly part of like consistently employment with like VShojo and Niji-Sanji and stuff. That's the big thing I worry about. It's the background people you never hear about. If Iron Mouse were to graduate, you don't know if her artist got replaced. Honestly, it costs like $10 to buy a website domain, have a lawyer to copyright and contract. Amazing we are without our disability ruining. Oh, some people don't understand if disability need to be visible, but some disability you cannot see, like mental health or chronic illness, but nowadays they make it easier to show how amazing we are without our disability ruining. True, like Iron Mouse in specific. I'd love using her as my example because she is immunodeficient. She literally can't leave her house. It's a risk to her life to open the door. And yet she's been able to regain a semblance of control over her life again thanks to her success with. She's with V Shoujo, right? I should know this. I'm a drama tuber. Actually, I actually don't know who Iron Mouse is. Oh, Iron Mouse is honestly the biggest female streamer. And she's a person with disability, immunodeficient. Money will mostly go to paying people in production. Yeah, it would go to paying people, the production, the artists, and advertising. Co-founder, CEO, Hololive JP is praised for his care and compassion for his talents. But what about other folks behind him and him who started the company? Exactly. That's like, I do want like the VTubers themselves to be treated with respect. I also want their artists to. I want their animators, their technicians, everybody. I just want everybody to have a basic line of dignity that they can achieve and enjoy their life how to the fullest extent that they can. Yep, V Shoujo? Okay, I thought so. I thought she was V Shoujo. There's a Japanese VTuber who highlights disability awareness. Sweet. We need more of that. But there is definitely concern for like Corpo VTubers not being able to. Iron Mouse was the biggest female Twitch streamer. Okay, Twitch streamer specifically. I don't know. I'm recalling an article, but there is worry that VTubers that sign up for corporations or agencies would not quite be able to talk about what really matters to them, like something that Suris had mentioned in our conversation. Like, I totally understand that some people just they don't really care if they are allowed to talk about any old topic, and they want to be able to enjoy being an entertainer, being a force of fun in the world. So I can totally understand and relate to why people would go for the agency lifestyle or the Corpo VTuber lifestyle. I just personally don't find that for me. All the contracts they have to sign. Yeah, and the thing is, those contracts are usually kept under lock and key. The public doesn't get to see them. It's only the age or the talent and the agencies that know what's in the contracts. Most of the time, I'm willing to bet there's a non-disclosure agreement, so they can't even talk about it. And I don't personally blame specific or individual Corpo VTubers for not talking about every old thing that I think should be talked about or what I think should have more awareness brought to it. They're doing their thing. I don't control their platform. I don't get to tell them what they do with their platform. I just get to comment. I like making my commentary. Jail? Why are you jailing me emojis? And also, after the aftermath of the Taiwan mentioned in Chama and Coco Kaicho's streams in 2020, Hololive has created an internal ethics that supposedly screens. Really? What even did Coco say about Taiwan? That she supports its independence? Internal ethics committee that supposedly checks for content that VTubers stream under the idea of protecting the talents? Oh, Yokobo, you totally should. I want to see more streamers out there. I want to see more content. They add these? What's that emoji? I don't. Was it literally that she mentioned Taiwan, or was it that she endorsed its independence, or endorsed the one China narrative? China canceled her? Oh, okay, so I'm willing to bet she supported Taiwan's independence then. or at least spoke vaguely and sounded like she supported the independence even without explicitly stating it, because you know how people love to jump into definitions. I really hope you do, Yakobo. They mentioned the word Taiwan, and many Chinese nationalist fans came in force and harassed her and other Hololive talents. Really? She just mentioned Taiwan. She mentioned Taiwan in her YouTube analytics because she was going over that, and she got canceled for that. Wow. Like, I know people love to run with their narratives, but Jesus Christ. They're going for a marathon with that one. But yeah, I mean, that's just kind of how it is with being a big public figure, and going with an agency does make you a big public figure really quick. Any sort, it doesn't matter how safe for work, how friendly, how non-toxic you present, no matter how big you get, there will always be people that hate you for one reason or another. There will be people that find reasons to hate you just because they like being contrarian against bigger people sometimes. It's ridiculous. It's stupid, but I'll say fuck Chinese government any day of the week. They suck. True. I really hate that they call themselves communists, but then they're an authoritarian country. It's so annoying. Like, I want to push, socialism and stuff, but you can't say the word socialism or communism and then get people to agree with you that have no idea, because that word is already stigmatized to them. We can only push the ideas about them without directly referring to them. Hololive had to graduate her because of that? Because their main investigator were from Taiwan. What? Wait. It wasn't Coco that had to graduate, was it? I thought Coco was still going around. So to prevent controversies like that, Hololive created an internal ethics committee, and actually Coco felt that her creativity in streaming became restricted. Like the Nazis, they hide behind the names. They hide behind a name they fight against. True. Oh, okay. Because their main investigator was from China, not Taiwan. Now, it's the committee restricting her. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she felt even further restricted because she just mentioned a country that some people happen to be zealous about. More of an amicable separation. Kaicho decided to leave Hololive. Okay, so it wasn't like a firing graduation. It was just, I guess, the best kind of graduation. And now she's streaming under a well-known persona. Wait, Coco? Coco Kaicho? I want to know her new persona. Because, like, my first interaction or knowledge of Coco was the meme, fine, take me to horny jail. Everyone there is horny anyways. And then that kind of, inspired that picture. But at first, it took me a while to even realize that that was a VTuber. I just thought it was a cute anime girl. And then I covered that, what's it? That little segment that Coco did about giving advice to her viewers, which is actually one of my most disliked videos, surprisingly. And then when I was finding art for the thumbnail, it was like, holy shit. That's the meme girl. And it makes sense that, a bigger VTuber had a meme. DM it to you? No, it's not Sorny Jail. Sort of, yeah. Yeah, Coco did inspire one of my memes. But I mean, to be loot. Kason. Wait, Kason is Coco? Am I being fucked with? Is it the fun way? She is? It's also a big no-no for VTuber communities to talk about past lives of VTubers. I mean, I've seen that sentiment for other VTubers. I mean, as long as you're not trying to defame somebody, I don't personally have an issue with it. Like, what is the issue with talking about past lives? Because as far as I'm concerned, if you can't talk about a Corpo VTuber that graduates, that just effectively kills their any future career of, being a creator afterwards. They essentially have to start from scratch, even though they've had years of experience. They'd still have to start over. They can't. A lot of them can't reference their old lives because of NDA agreements that they signed. It has something to do with intense privacy concerns in the JP VTuber spheres. Yeah, like I'm gonna say, I'm okay with finding out that Coco is Kason now. That's cool. Don't share their IRL info. That just seems common knowledge to me. But I mean, I kind of see it as a corporate rebranding for her at this point. But I didn't know. I didn't know. Now I'm gonna pay more attention to Kason. Many JP VTubers, both indie and corporate, have faced stalking and harassment. That doesn't quite surprise me, honestly. Your VTuber history community? Most controversial niche? Oh shit, you do VTuber history? I want to see that. I want to... No, it's not letting me click from Restream chat. Leaf, I'm looking into your stuff soon. Because, I like learning more about the VTubers. And different ways. Have I noticed that they wear gloves in JP VTuber streams? Huh. I guess a lot of them do wear gloves. Why is that? Oh, don't join VT history niche. I will be hunted and hated by VTubers. Well, I mean, I'm trying to push politics. I know Kyo had talked positively of depressed Nusagi, and I talk positively of depressed Nusagi, and he's kind of, at least to both of us, we consider him the VTuber historian. Who talks shit about Nusagi? I will fight them. Supposedly to avoid getting identified by stalkers and also avoiding reflections on mirrors and memes and stuff. That's why they wear gloves for their VTubers? Oh, wait, no, when they do, I think it was Onigiri, did, cooking stuff where she had her hands on stream. Okay. Wait, Nusagi got canceled? That's why he disappeared? When a VTuber does a flesh stream? Ah, yeah, I like to use the term flesh tuber. I have heard the term biotuber as well. I don't even know what happened with Nusagi. I just know I've liked his videos that I've seen. Cancellation's a bitch. I think I've wrapped up that topic pretty much. Oh shit, I didn't really talk much about solutions. What do you do when you have multiple ideas for a VTuber or PNG that don't mesh together? I mean, like, how conflicting are they? Because you could just blend some of them. I'm thinking of I prefer calling them FleshTubers too. Mod for FleshTuber based. I've been thinking of doing a bit of a rebrand myself, but like, he got called out by Kyo, False Eye, and Fortune. What? I need to look into this. But what was I going to say? Yes, I was going to be doing a clash of genre for VTuber as well, kind of. Like, I'm sticking with Succubus. I like it. But I also want to... What's it? I want to branch into more of the mecha genre. Because I like mecha. And plus, you know, with me talking more about political stuff, I'm going to try and avoid saying, like, political and politics, communism, socialism on stream, rather than, you know, pushing the ideas and thoughts behind it instead of pushing the labels themselves. But, like, branding myself as Gundam aesthetic without going fully into the trademark would be a good way to flag, if you will, that I engage with political commentary. Yeah. FleshTuber seems like a suitable term because it's not really judgmental, but full of cringe. Yeah, I mean, like, fucking streaming is cringe. You can't avoid it. And, like, thinking of... oh my god, just thinking of cringe makes me think of the bottom of Suris's descriptions in his videos. Own your cringe. Own this. And then he's got a link to a cuddly octopus body pillow of him. Something that's kind of barbarian-ish, like furs, bone necklaces with more traditional witch kind of look, but not so modest. That sounds awesome. So it's like a barbarian shaman? I like that. Fauna mommy vibes. But seriously, what was the cancellation of Nusagi? Because, like, if Kyo was one of the people that jumped in on canceling him, why... I'm just a little confused because I had watched one of Kyo's streams recently and he was talking about how he was glad to see Nusagi's back. He inserted Vosh horse memes at the start? Okay, now I got... What? You're rating me? Suris. You really don't need to. I appreciate it so much, but... Oh, right. He got canceled for Patreon blocking docs info? That... Huh. Interdasting. That is something I do want to look into more. Hey, everybody. Perhaps... I can see some people popping in. YouTube raid. Yay! Welcome in, everybody.
Obama.
We're going to be covering one more thing today before I end stream. It wasn't really something I was expecting to cover. I hope you guys are ready for... Well, Michael Knowles. I don't really talk IRL stuff. I prefer to talk VTubers. We're going to be talking about a VTuber that's talking about IRL stuff. And it's pretty relevant to today's political climate. Check out the YouTube streams. Yeah, most people are actually, I think, coming in on YouTube. A bunch checking out the Twitch. I'm definitely seeing a lot of people on Twitch. Howdy, everybody. Knowles, the genocidal fascist. Suris' revenge. It's Michael Knowles. Yeah, this thing with Michael is, well, oh my god, we're talking about Knowles, we're talking about Rev, we're talking about Chris and Mr. Beast. Yeah, I'm on YouTube. That's actually where I prefer to have all my stuff because, you know, I got all my videos and shorts on there. Typically, I do prefer to lean away from IRL people, and I prefer to talk about VTubers. I prefer to talk about the VTuber community at large. Thank you for follow. Thank you for the support. But today, we're talking about a mixture of... We're talking about a VTuber that's talking about IRL. Howdy, Nico. Oh, this is going to be a fun one. Are you guys ready? Welcome in, welcome in. Don't let this face scare you, but I mean, it's kind of the feeling I got from just seeing this. Yes, I'm sorry. From just seeing this pop up on my timeline. I mean, it's relevant. It's Rev. It's relevant to me because, you know, I'm trans. Yeah, we're... Thanks for sticking around if you decide to. Who knows? Maybe I will actually agree with Rev here for once. I did agree with his take on bisexual erasure in media. Let's have some fun. Oh, this won't be too fun, but I'm staying. Yeah, I haven't heard too much about the Chris situation, but it sounds like people are trying to take her down because, you know, trans
Have I done
people.
a good job? Have I done a good job?
Thank you for this up there. I love that alert sound. It's great. Rev really going at the anti-lolly community? Yeah, and like it does seem from this title, at least he's not.
Obama.
We'll see what he says about trans people. This is a 15-minute video. It's going to take me an hour at least. Okay.
Obama.
Okay, let's get started.
Hey, what's up guys? Rev here. So
Hi.
Today we have a very strange set of stories to look at. We're going to look at a very bizarre video and some related tweets of some ongoing situations which involve the topic of lolly, of course, because it has once again been a huge topic of discussion on Twitter over the past week or so, and a lot of it is relating to the Chris from Mr. Beast situation that is ongoing, and because he tweeted about lollies, people have been making all kinds of new...
Right! I remember seeing that. I saw that Chris... How is Rev's audio quality worse? I don't know. It might be on my end because I have it too loud and it's peaking or something. Also, thanks. I like having Trump as the sound, but it is getting very repetitive, so I gotta mute it. But, yeah, I remember Chris making a statement about enjoying that kind of content. And yes, this VTuber, I'm going to say we're friends.
Theories, reaches, and really just mental gymnastics trying to draw connections between lolly and other subjects.
It's kind of because maybe the Republican Party likes to label trans people as groomers and pedos And, you know, the enjoyment of youthful characteristics make people think pedos. So they're trying to, my guess is get people to associate trans with lolly, which, you know, I don't want to do it. Is there a way to randomize it? Maybe do that. Not sure if that's supported. I don't know. And it turns out, statistically, Republican Party tends to be far more likely to be the PDF files. True. I mean, like, there's only one party that supports child marriage. There's only one party that defends it.
We're used to people making unproven claims that consuming lolly makes you inherently a pedo and things like that. But
unproven, maybe. I mean, I don't have any actual grounds, but maybe.
Today we're seeing a new stretch, and that is consuming lolly makes you trans. That is not a sentence I ever thought I'd have to cover on this channel.
And this is not a thing I'd ever have to think I ever thought I would agree with Rev on. Japanese lolicon means pedophile? Yeah, doesn't it? And wasn't it based off of, or at least its historical use, inspired by, you know, Lolita by Vladimir, what's his name? Yeah. So, like, I don't want to directly call them that, but, like, every sign is pointing towards it.
Now, I saw screenshots of this popping up on Twitter the other day, and I
believe that book's title is somewhere in the etymology. Yeah, that's what I was assuming. There is somebody on Twitter I'm trying to get in contact with to actually talk about the history of that, but, like, she's struggling with harassment of a ex. Or they're struggling with harassment of an ex. As a trans woman, all I can say is from an anime, I suppose. Yeah,
I didn't
Natalie.
believe it. I thought this was some nice Photoshop or something. Like, clearly this is not real. Well, it is. It is a real video that we're going to look at. The clip of the topic in discussion here is only...
Quote for you, 2012 report by the sexologist clinic in Danish government found no evidence that cartoons and drawings depicting child sexual abuse encouraged real. Yeah, I think there was actually a study that said if people, or if PDF files did have access to the drawn stuff, it reduced the amount they predate, the less they predated? Is that the word? The less they went after real children because, you know, they got their rocks off that way. But, like, I still think it's, I think it's sus and you should still go to therapy over it. I just don't think you should be, you know, completely excised from all of life because of it, but don't share it publicly, please. That's really where I am. Preyed upon is the term you were looking for? Okay, thank you. Thank you, buns. Or bunnies.
Only a small portion of the video, but it's definitely worth looking at because...
Suris went over lolly stuff a week or two back. I didn't know he covered lolly stuff again recently. I'd watched his video last year, I think. I had watched the video like at the end of the year and recently put out my reaction response. I basically agreed with Suris over it.
This man is claiming that one of the reasons why Chris
Xanderhall has covered this YouTuber before. I'm not surprised. I think even Vosh has covered Rev here.
Chris might be trans now is because he talks about lolly. So before we press play on this clip, a quick reminder of everything going on. So about a week ago, Chris from the Mr. Beast channel came out as trans, and there's been a whole host of discussion about that. And one of the things that we talked about on this channel is some old tweets that have resurfaced from his account, most of them coming from 2016, 2017. And what I talked about in that video is the hypocrisy of how people are treating it. People who support Chris's transition are largely excusing all of the old tweets when normally they would still cancel other people over that type of stuff.
I personally think it's bad to be tweeting out, or I personally think it's bad that she's tweeting, or she did tweet out, nothing gets my blank crank and like some lolly. I think that's hella sus, but I mean, I still support the idea that she's trans and can transition. There's bad actors among every kind of group of people. Who didn't know that one?
And then people who are trying to attack Chris for being trans are ironically supporting cancel culture by trying to cancel him with these old tweets. It's a whole mess, whole lot of hypocrisy. But one tweet we talked about was this one right here, where Chris says, "Nothing gets my knob a crankin' like some lolly."
Wait, that was knob? They censored knob? Snowflakes.
And of course, this is a tweet that people have been using to attack Chris and other trans people by saying that there's something pedophilic going on here and that, you know.
Also, you can fake tweets. Yeah, but I'm going to be working under the assumption that they were real tweets, but I'm not like going to be saying, hey, person deserves cancellation because of a fucking 7-year-old tweet. People can change.
You know, this is many such cases among trans people, and
Oh, I actually thank you for saying trans people instead of trans men there, because these right-wingers, they get so confusing with their bigotry because, like, they're trying to make fun of trans men, or no, they're trying to make fun of trans women, but then they say trans men, and then, like, trans men don't deserve to be in the women's bathroom, and it's like, thank you for agreeing with us. Oh, Chris is going by any all pronouns? Oh, okay, my mistake. I kind of hate the liking Shota is immediately pedo to people. Yeah, I'm not one of those people that's like, hey, you like that stuff? You're a pedo? I'm like, don't share that publicly, please. I find it odd, sus. But, like, I'm not going to cancel you for your likes.
You know, I came to the conclusion, I think this is a joke. The reply is to an account that is suspended. We don't even know the full context. And honestly, the discussion surrounding it is cancer. But we're going to hear what...
I mean, yes, Rev. Anything coming out of Twitter is cancer. You should know that by now in your career.
What Michael here has to say about this tweet and the topic of lolly in general.
I don't know what this guy Chris meant by that comment, where he had made this whole comment about how much he...
I could spend the entire time correcting them on pronouns, but I don't care that much because they're never going to listen to me. And besides, apparently Chris is going by any all. Though there are a lot of people that do get super duper pissy. I just don't like the 1,000-year-old dragon looking like a child trope. I mean, if you're going to look like a child, can you at least act like an adult? Please?
Lusted after this genre of pornography. I'm not saying it means that he's a pedo. I'm not saying it wasn't even just a joke on Twitter. But what is undeniable from this is that this guy Chris knows a lot about porn.
So, you know, kudos to Michael here. I have to give credit where credit is due.
Unrelated. I find that face very funny to be paused on.
Saying that doesn't make him a pedo for consuming lolly, or what we're more specifically trying to refer to as lolicon. You know,
I thought lolly were the characters and lolicons were the people that consumed that kind of content. Isn't that what you explained to me, Rev? In like the first video I covered of yours?
You know, that's a big step. A lot of people have been making...
Oh yeah, great pause game from Rev. He knows where to pause. He's been doing this for a while. I actually really like that from that.
In that conclusion, a lot of people, especially on the right, who are attacking Chris, and you know, give credit where credit is due. But you can see kind of where he is going with this. He's trying to say that...
Another side note, Chris is actually pretty cute here. Just saying.
Lolly is such a specific and underground genre of poontang that in order to be even aware of it, you must be some kind of hopeless degenerate, an addict of poontang. Like, it's a pretty...
That's because Michael Knowles hates all kinds of pornography and will call all kinds of pornography degenerate. He's just using this as a way to label trans people as PDF files. Goodness, I cannot get enough of your voice. It sounds like you're going between dancing on clouds before diving into the clearest lake and back up again. I told this to Suris too, but you had left. Oh, thank you. There is a slight distinction between lolly usually means character and lolicon means the porn/people that are sexually attracted to children. Oh, so lolicon means both the adult or the non-safe for work content, not the adult content, but the and the people that consume it. Okay.
Far stretch. Let's see where he goes with this.
If you're familiar enough with porn to make a joke about this obscure sub genre of pornography, then you...
That's like a major genre of pornography. Like, you can't go onto the hentai databases without seeing that kind of shit. It is prevalent. I wish it was less so.
You know a lot about porn, which would seem to back up my thesis, which I said in the
thank
show.
you, none of
It's
your
just
business.
a hunch. I don't know this guy, Chris. I haven't read any scientific study with a lab coat, but I strongly suspect that if you start to have a real...
I do love Knowles' anti-empiricism. No study in a lab coat. It's like, bruh, you're just trying to make fun of studies. Because I'm willing to bet it's because he doesn't know how to read. Michael Knowles gives me creepy molester vibes. True. Like, just, I don't like judging a book by its cover, but if you told me this face did some creepy sussy shit on the back end, I would believe you without looking into it. Just saying. Also because I know he's a bad person. Uncomfortable landmine to stumble upon? Yeah, it is. Don't get to feel super good super often, so I always just feel safe. I can totally get it. Oh yeah, I don't think you came off as creepy. I was actually very flattered to read that. Thank you. Sorry, Mike, you ain't got enough support to call it a thesis.
really bizarre sexual ideas and desires, it might have something to do with the ubiquity of bizarre, extremely high-tech pornography that is warping people's minds. And
right-wingers that accuse trans people of sexually abusing children disproportionately abuse children themselves, or are fine with children being abused just as long as it's the right way. Yeah, like, they will say, excuse me, they will say any sort of talk about being trans is, grooming children. But then they're also the people that push back against Democrats trying to, get rid of child marriages. Yeah, exactly. The Republicans have voted against banning child marriage. It's fine for the child to get abused if it's by their parent or husband. I mean, fucked up, but yeah. To be fair, I read science news magazines growing up for fun and always loved the new ones when they showed up. But even I didn't have the ability to critically read peer-reviewed studies. Yeah, like I personally don't say that I'm super knowledgeable about that. I kind of defer to the experts that know what to look for in their studies. Yeah, child marriage is mostly about grooming a wife. No way. And here I am thinking my partner should be an equal. Right? What kind of dumb thinking? Who wants their partner to treat them like an equal? I mean, besides everybody. Right-wingers are also regularly fine with it when a boy is being sexually abused by a female teacher. Yeah, they'll just say, nice. And then nothing else about it. Because they don't care. They don't care about the abuse of kids. They just care about signaling it to attack the people they don't like. as a nurse, I had to learn how to read peer-reviewed studies. That is good. It is. I actually want to figure out the skills that are needed. Tucker Carlson did live on TV. Of course he did. It's Carlson. But I personally want to figure out how to actually critically read peer-reviewed studies, know what to look for, that kind of thing. But like I don't have the education in it. I need to kind of figure that one out. I need to get in contact. I want you to treat me like trash, but that's because I'm a subby switch. Yeah, I've noticed that. I've noticed that, Pink. Their hypocrisy knows no bounds. Yeah, exactly. That's what they do. They literally just care about riling up emotion and getting you to believe what they say. That's literally it. Sometimes there's red flags in the trash studies. I've heard that, but I don't personally have the skills to figure out which ones.
That people write into this show even sometimes. They'll say, I got hooked on porn at age 10 and it's been a struggle for my whole life. Maybe that's something that politicians...
I doubt he's read anything more sophisticated in the back of a cereal box. True. Depends on the study. You can focus on the reading a bit at the beginning. Oh, yeah, in the overview. I don't know. But yeah, they typically have, like, up top, an overview of what they're going over. All the shit going on in the US is crazy to me. Right? And I live in Canada. You have to mention it once per stream. True, Pink. I live in Canada. It's like, we're so close to you guys. And like, I see American politics as a warning sign, not just, funny orange man say bad thing. The abstract, yes, thank you, Angel. That's the thing I was thinking of. As you can see, I'm clearly not educated. But if you want to review it critically, you have to know how to be suspicious of the methodology, which is presented in a separate section. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. That I definitely want to look into that more.
Politicians should do something about.
So, obviously, we can all agree that having a poontang addiction is a very bad thing. It's a very real problem that our society faces.
I don't think it's a disproportionate problem, like too bad of a disproportionate problem. Any sort of addiction is definitely a problem, but let's not focus on, condemning sex workers. Let's just focus on trans people are not PDF files. Let's focus on that one, please. Crazy. Worried about the crazy in America for personal reasons. Can't imagine kind of crazy in your country's pants. Yeah, right? Like, Canada is supposed to be accepting and inclusive, but we're not. We appear that way, but in outcome, it's not the same. To children that were deemed sub-threshold for the GID didn't transition as desisted? Huh. I would... Yeah, please, link me to Rebecca Watson. I want to check out some of her stuff off stream anyways.
Agreed, right? But what makes Lolly out of all these things, or Lolicon, so special that it is warping the minds of people to become trans? It's a very strange thing. I don't really know. There's no connection, obviously.
The connection is Republicans want to call people like me pedophiles because one person like me likes the kind of art that you like.
But I don't understand.
Thank you, Dark Excalibur.
In case you've been in...
Oh, she's cute. They're cute. I don't know her. I don't know their pronouns.
How it's always Lolly that is like...
GID itself is overdiagnosis. People as trans or simply gender non-conforming. Ah, okay. Oh yeah, she's real life Daria? Nice! You believe Rebecca is she, her? Okay, cool. Because, like, I do... When I see, like, trans person, my innate bias is assume she, her, but, like, Meaning, but yeah, there's even more crazy under America's hat too. Yeah, there's so many people will just say Canada's not as bad as the States to just dismiss the terrible shit Canada does, and then we just never talk about it. Fun.
Singled out as this special category. It's just like the arguments where people say liking lolly makes you a pedo. And people ask, well, okay, if that's true, then does consuming violent video games make you a murderer? And they say, well, it's different. Well, how is it different? Like, explain it to me. And that seems to be.
I got called a delusional degenerate groomer just last week. I mean, I was called degenerate just this week. That was pretty fun. Slapped them back on Twitter a lot. Oh my god, they love getting spanked. Did a lot of stuff on misinformation during the height of COVID. Good. But unfortunately, that didn't play a big enough role. We're in a terrible situation right now. California's not as bad as Florida. It doesn't mean California is perfect, and it also doesn't mean that California can still improve even if it's not as bad as Florida. But that's a part of the conversation where people just tune out because they say that, well, it's not as bad as the other one, so why do we got to give a shit?
Be the case here, like what is so inherently different about lolly and lolicon that makes it have a special effect on people's identity?
I think it has a lot to do with people get really emotionally charged when you're talking about PDF files, so it causes people to jump the gun and say like people who enjoy lolicon are PDF files because they, like looking at depictions of children in sexual situations. And, I don't want that publicly endorsed. That's literally it. Got called homophobic, gay, and a straight man LARPing a lesbian by the same person in the course of about 2 minutes? Holy shit, the jumping back and forth. Yeah, I think there was even like there was definitely an image like trying to compare Nazis to the trans peoples. And it's like calling us homophobic. Even though most trans people are gay too. They spout a lot of nonsense. They don't actually listen to or think about how stuff can actually work in reality. Breaking it down into crayons, the violence in games is frequently how do you pronounce that? Parodical? It's a parody and unrealistic. People can engage with that even though real violence would disgust and traumatize them, like action movies. Yeah, pretty much. And Rev is making the argument that you can engage with that art in the same way without fully jumping that gap, which I do actually kind of agree with. We don't need to jump that gap. But, like, in a lot of the places where you do see that kind of art, if there is a room for IRL media, guess what gets posted there as well? Canada, if you think you can help my ex hook up with her current GF? I am on the west coast of Canada. I don't know, maybe I can talk to him. Who knows? Irony is trans people were among those targeted in genocides that the Nazis did. Yeah, trans people were actually one of the first people that were silenced. I mean, I don't remember exactly who were the first people that the Nazis went after, but like the book burnings that the Nazis did when they took over really damaged or were really damaging to the trans medical history. Jews and trans people were targeted together. Yes, but I also believe there were anarchists and socialists as well, like the media pundits that were vocal about their dislike or disapproval. I think those came a bit later. Yeah, I don't remember the exact order, but I know that Jews, trans people, and the people that were public figures that pushed back against them, they were the ones that quickly disappeared first in the long lines of disappearances by that group of people. Oops.
It's a strange thing, and obviously also saying it's such a niche sub genre, that's not true at all. Like, it's not that.
It's like modern fascists are most actively currently targeting trans people. Oh yeah, they fucking love us right now.
It's not that deep. I think most average people have at least heard of it, right? There's a lot more like depraved stuff out there that maybe you could start making arguments that it's warping people's minds a little bit, but certainly not lolly without any sort of evidence. Like, you can't base that off of a hunch. You know, in the high tech, like, I didn't know these cute petite anime girls are so high tech. Am I right? But yeah, that's kind of the sentiment, the main takeaway they're trying to say here is that consuming lolly is triggering some kind of gender confusion, which is weird. It's a weird
I'm pretty sure that was just an animation glitch, but that wink was actually pretty funny. Just saying. But yeah, you don't trigger gender confusion from just art. It's a lot of different ways that can trigger that. Not gender confusion. I don't like that term. But there are war on abortion rights also going at the same time as Don't Say Gay bills, going on at the same time as more active trans genocide. Yeah, because like they focus on their culture war while, you know, actually doing stuff to push their policies that actively hurt people. What the hell was I saying? I forget. Keep talking, Rev. Oh, like right, gender questioning. Yes, thank you. That was the term I wanted. That's why I don't like the, whatever the hell Rev said. I forgot. Gender confusion. I don't like that term. It's gender questioning because you might be a little confused with how you want to present, but you're not confused, or you're not exactly confused. You're questioning how you want to present and how you properly identify. It is confusion, but calling it gender confusion, and then they also conflate it with, you know, just being trans, because there are people that know they don't fit in with that assigned group, like, right away. You know, a lot of us have had that experience where I don't fit in with this group that I'm told I fit in with. And that is the confusing part. And then we figure it out. And then we're still told we're confused about things. When really we're not. We know who we are. We know how we want to live. It makes us happier. Where's the harm in it? Why are they pushing back? Why are they so fixated on it? You can't make someone trans in the same way you can't make someone cis. Maybe you can help someone realize or get them in place where they can safely explore, but there is no magic trans under your gender beam. Yeah, exactly. You can give people the ideas and the language to communicate how to, or not how to, but the way to how people can communicate who they are. And that in and of itself is a good thing. Nice catch there, gender confusion versus gender questioning. Yeah, try to catch that stuff. I'm not the best, but I'm getting better. I thought I was trans for a bit, realized I didn't want to, put in the effort to get the feminine voice training, and then realized I just like wearing skirts and bright colors. I go by any pronouns. Okay, so that sounds like I'm going to go with, I would assume you're either gender non-conforming or non-binary, but like it literally doesn't really matter which way you want to present, which way you want to be referred to. You can be hella masculine and say, I want to be she, her. I want to refer to you as she, her. I don't care. I just care that people feel comfortable. I want people to feel comfortable around me. So I will refer to them the way they want to be referred to. It's not that hard if you actually give a shit about making people comfortable around you. And yes, voice training is hard. I started way down here. And now I'm up to here. It's been 4 years since I tried, or since I started. It wasn't overnight. It took forever. I have two chat streams. Yes, I am live on Twitch and YouTube. For the most part, my chat majority came from Twitch, but right now, it's pretty even between both. And yay!
Cope. And, I appreciate trying to have a nuanced conversation about this, but...
You do?
When you're clearly just a boomer who doesn't know much about this stuff, like, is it really surprising when you don't know much about lolly and kind of what it means and what it represents and the effects of it? It's not very surprising, but I thought this take was entertaining to say the least. So speaking of Chris, there was a few updates I want to go over since the last time I talked about.
Well, at least we're done talking about Michael Knowles. That took, oh my god, half an hour. Love watching Rev content. So many ways to be trans. There's difference between gender identity, gender expression. Yes. I was noticing that you were replying to things that I didn't even see in this chat. Oh, yeah. I do have my chat appear on screen in the stream. So, and it should be showing the little icon of who is, or where that chatter is, which chat. Technically, Michael Knowles is a millennial, though he's definitely a boomer in terms of how he thinks. Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if Rev here was actually younger than me, so like if he was like a Zoomer, I would call a millennial a boomer too if I was a Zoomer, because it pisses us off. It's funny. Okay, let's dive more into this. Chris Tyson, let's start talking bad about a trans person. My favorite part of right-wing media.
So a few days ago, I made a video talking about...
I'm a millennial too. I was born in last millennia. My birth year is a palindrome. I will let you guys figure that one out. It's not that hard.
The Chris situation, and mainly looked at his controversial tweets, including the lolly tweet we just looked at, and I dismissed them all as just edgy jokes. Who cares? Not a big deal. But there is a set of new uncovered tweets that have happened since then that I do want to talk about, because they at least raise some concerns and some related questions, and they all have to do with Chris's interactions with Shadman.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce those words because I can't read kanji, but boomer is often descriptive of modes of thinking. Yeah, that's kind of how I use when I call people boomers or zoomers. I'm not specifically referring to their age. I'm referring to their mental state. Sakura. Oh, okay. Thank you, Sakura. 2002 or 1991? Well, you're almost there. I wasn't born this millennia. Do people even know what a baby boomer is? Honestly, I don't think a lot of Zoomers know where the term baby boomer came from. They just hear the word boomer on the news and they repeat it to piss people off. I think it's kind of funny. Hiragana says Sakura and my account name is different. Oh. Yeah, I don't really know the intricacies of hiragana and katakana, but like I'm open to learn. I'm not a post-World War II baby. No? I think my parents were. Or my mom, I think, is closer to Gen X, I want to say. Yeah, 91. That's when I was born. My dad was, he was definitely, he would definitely fall in the boomer age range, but like the very younger end of them. Gen X ended in 90 or in 1980? Jeez, I didn't know that. Oh, wow, they look very different. I mean, hiragana and katakana are quite different, so that doesn't quite surprise me. Natalie, you're the first millennial? 83. That's when millennials started being born. Nobody was born between 1980 and 1983 until Natalie showed up and entered the world with their beautiful presence.
Now, of course, Shadman is a very controversial figure on the internet. He is an artist who gained a big amount of notoriety
I've heard of Shadman
through making edgy artwork, including Lolicon, but he was essentially ran off of every platform, and rightfully so, once he started using real children as references for his not safe for work arts.
What the fuck? I am glad he's off the internet. I had no idea.
Which included artwork based on Keemstar's daughter, the
what?
Actress from Logan, and a few other examples. So he actually used real children and made not safe for work art based on them. That is when this becomes CSEM. That is child sexual abuse material. You are exploiting a child sexually. That is when the just a drawing excuse does not work. And
yeah, holy shit, I am... Like, I got sussy vibes from Shadman, but... Yeah, like, I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of Lolicon content was, you know, kind of... Not even if it was based on reference of actual harm done to a child, but taking a actual child and then, you know, making art of them. You don't fucking do that. What did I join into? Sorry, Nikki, you really shouldn't have clicked on the stream right now. But welcome to my usual kind of content, I guess.
Even Lolicons completely disowned Shadman at that point, okay? That is when it becomes criminal. That's when you're hurting real children, is when you're using them as a reference for sexual arts. You're putting them in a harmful situation like that. And the big question is, because Chris not only regularly interacted with Shadman's Twitter,
notably only at that point. Exactly, Sakura. It's so funny. I'm gonna be doing game chores in a super wholesome game while listening to this. I'm sorry, Gold Dragon.
Account. He even, in this one, as you can see, purchased some of his artwork. Now the big question becomes, did Chris know about Shadman tracing real children for his artwork? That is a huge question, because if he didn't, I don't really know if you can make too much of a case about this, but if he did know,
clip it please, Pinky,
about what Shadman had done and was still supporting him, I'm out of here. Like, no way. Like, screw Chris. Like, absolutely done. No more defending him.
I will still say that they are a valid trans person that did some fucked up shit. Doing bad shit does not invalidate your identity. That it is two completely different things that I really hate that there have been such a push of people need to get into 2,000 subs so I can send you super chats. Well, I do have Streamlabs tips, so that's there, and I do have TTS enabled. Shit, what was I going to say? There's a reason why while NAMBLA was a thing, doesn't mean that the men in it weren't gay. Yeah, like seriously, you don't essentialize an entire group of people because one does a bad. It's like the people that say this one trans person did a bad, horrible thing. How dare you accept their identity as trans? Essentially trying to drive a wedge in between the idea that you can be accepting and people can do bad things. It's like, these are not mutually exclusive is my thing.
In any sort of a way, because that would be completely inexcusable. So that is the big question, and it's hard to tell based on the context. We're talking a couple years ago, and it's hard to know. He will never admit it, but I also find it very odd.
Yeah, like, I mean, we can't jump to any conclusions about whether or not Chris knew Shad was a piece of shit. I didn't know Shad was a piece of shit until this video. I'll only call someone by the correct pronouns if they aren't a criminal. Yeah, I fucking hate that mentality. Cisgender guy at school did a shooting, and I'm gonna call them a girl. Yeah, even that is so stupid. You're using identity as a weapon against people. Thank you, Pink. If we judge group people by one bad member, then no one would be cis male. True, and I'm an ally. Cis men are valid. Imagine if that rhetoric was also applied to straight cis people. I know, right? Makes you think. It's so frustrating that you don't need to behave a certain way for your identity to be valid. That's just something transphobic people push to try and divide us. And we don't want to be divided right now. We need solidarity. We need to stand together or we all fall. That's why I'm doing my solidarity arc push. It's like the women who are super transphobic. Just because they're a major piece of shit doesn't mean you get to use sexist jokes and language. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a gray area. You don't, like, in the terms of Vosh when he had that spat with J.K. Rowling and he had made the joke, women shut up and apologize more challenge. I personally didn't have that much of an issue with it because he was pushing back against like the ultimate fart. And I personally don't like calling them TERFs, not because I don't like name calling. I love name calling, but they're not feminists. They are trans exclusionary, but they're not feminists. They're farts. They're feminist appropriating radical transphobes. Let's call them farts. Vosh is Vosh and will always go about Voshing. Yeah, pretty much. You can't really change him. And for the most part, he does great work. Why would I push back against him? They're more like reactionary fascists. Yeah, pretty much. Cis men are valid, please, God. Hell, the male mental health crisis, please. I was moved to tears and felt like I was burning with love from a singular friend just told me that they were proud of me. I mean, yeah, there is so much isolation that cis men feel. I remember that feeling from before my transition. I know what it was like to live that way. I still feel a way of that. Oh, that's a great one, farts. Thank you. But I'm not the original to come up with it. But it is such an isolating feel that I'm so sympathetic towards it. That's why I'm so upset at the that mentality that you just can't, or that you shouldn't talk about men's issues, or that you shouldn't talk positively of men, or whatever. It's just people being pissy. I want everybody to feel like they can talk about themselves. You can just smell farts. You see like a turfy video and you're like, smells like farts in here. But yes, men, everybody, I want, this all comes back. It's like declaring your pronouns as her, she. Yeah, I actually did that on Twitter for a bit. I switched my pronouns to her, she for a bit because it made people mad. Honestly, men's issues do need more talking about. We can't just ignore them because, let's face it, there's a lot of men that get ignored by the left. They need to be talked to. They need to be talked about. Their problems need to be addressed. Yes, everyone has problems. They just differ. And they all need to be brought to the table and discussed.
That Chris, with his nearly 1 million followers, has recently privated his account and he's been deleting tweets left and right. And it's just not a very good look right now. And like I said, my questions about this are going to remain for a while. I would like answers. I don't think I'm going to get it. But yeah, some pretty concerning stuff. But I would like to hear what you guys have to think about that. Shadman is obviously a very controversial topic, but yeah, we don't really know fully how Chris's role played in all of that. But there's another tweet I wanted to talk about, which related to the YouTube clip we.
Oh, look, he censored that person's name, but not their profile picture. It's like he doesn't care. But thank you for censoring the art. Thank you.
We watched earlier, another person saying that most lolicons are repressed trans girls, but y'all aren't ready for that conversation. I don't think anyone was ready for that conversation, honestly, because it's whack.
That is a pretty whack take. I even have issue with saying that most transphobes are repressed trans girls. It's like saying most homophobes are repressed gay men. I mean, there's definitely some people that fit that, but I wouldn't say the majority of the group. At least not without evidence.
I have absolutely no idea how people are making statements like that. So I had to heavily censor the images, but basically someone was saying the male urge to be a lolly. And really that's all it is. It's just some fantasy people are having, or even jokes in.
The male urge to be a lolly. It is odd that they push that narrative. I don't like it.
Somehow now we're saying that
the overlap of, in the early 2000s, the overlap of homophobes, especially homophobes with power, being secretly gay. Yeah, like I've seen a lot of that kind of stuff where it's like, yeah, conservatives certainly like trans porn. There will be a lot of conservative or Republican leaders or politicians that are like pushing anti-trans legislation and policies, and then they get found out to be, liking trans porn. Today, the trend appears to be that transphobes are disproportionately like to be in favor of sexually abusing children. It just seems that the reactionaries are the same kinds of people that are currently pushing against trans people. They were the same kinds of people pushing against gay people. They were the same kinds of people pushing against the women's suffragette movement, the same kinds of people pushing against the civil rights movement. Always the progressive movement that's getting pushed against, interracial marriage too. It's always those people that push back against it and seem to call other people predatory, but then when you see who's being the predatory ones, it's those reactionary people. Interesting. It's funny how when you push the idea that trans people are perverts, you start thinking of trans people in a fetishistic manner, right?
Most lolicons are repressed trans girls. That is a crazy thing to say.
Yeah, only some.
And yeah, no one's ready for that conversation. It's not that deep. And again, it's border.
It's like that saying every conservative accusation is a confession. I mean, every kind of accusation is a confession in one way or another, but I mean, it gets super duper gray, super duper quick.
Relying on some kind of weird connection that I feel uncomfortable with the idea of saying that people who consume that content are repressed trans girls. It's like saying that they need a push. It's like it relates to like the egg culture stuff where you need to crack the egg. It needs a push. Very weird stuff, but yeah.
Okay, so Rev doesn't totally understand the cracking the egg metaphor. That's okay. I didn't assume he knew much about, trans culture, trans life, all that fun stuff. Cracking the egg just means realizing you were trans. That's basically it. For a lot of people, it's, an anime, it could be. A lot of people, it was Ranma Half. Other people, it could just be, for me, it was just asking myself, am I living the life I want to live? But some people need that kick, and that's where the term cracking the egg came from.
This isn't just exclusive to YouTube, I guess. People are making tweets like that. And yeah, when you have 84 likes on a tweet that has 64,000 views, that kind of sums up how people feel. There's really not a whole lot to say. You don't have to dissect points like this to really know that it's bad. This is a terrible tweet. But nonetheless, there is one final thing I want to talk about in this video. So this last part's going to be a little bit ranty, but it brings up some relevant points to everything we've been talking about in this video. This weird connection between consuming lolly content or consuming really just anime and other things like that, and somehow relating to gender identity. Now, when I made my VTuber model, or I was in the process of making it, I knew choosing an anime girl, eventually someone out there would try to claim that I'm trans or something like that. And you know what? Getting called that sort of stuff doesn't bother me. It's not ideal.
Hey, Townback. Also, no, I don't think Rev is trans for using a female avatar. I think it's weird that he's using a lolly avatar. I don't think Suris is trans for using a female avatar. I don't care what avatar you use. I care about the prescriptions you push.
But you know what? I'm secure in who I am. I am a man, and that's how I feel. Like, being misgendered by people is not going to affect me. But I think it just shows how...
I am not surprised about that, Blue 300. I would also not be surprised if he was called, or if he had said he was, like, sexualizing women or fetishizing women because he uses the avatar. It's just, I think it's a dumb argument.
Obsessed people are with identity politics that they can't fathom the concept that I made this VTuber model because I like anime girls and I like to look at an anime girl. It's just like how people are trying to make the claim, we've talked about this on this channel, people genuinely believe that if you play a female character in a video game, that's a sign that you're trans.
I wouldn't say it's a sign that you're trans, but it could be a warning sign that maybe you should try a little exploration. Maybe you should try a little questioning. See what's up. Because anybody can do some gender exploration. Cis people, trans people, everybody. The people that do some bit of gender exploration and then go back to what they were assigned because they honestly feel more comfortable that way, turns out they were just not trans. Suris Rule 34? I know, right?
That's crazy, because I play female characters all the time. You know why I do it? It's not because I identify with the character, it's because I would rather look at a cute girl than a guy. It's just...
When you can make that argument for your VTuber because Suris is handsome. You can make that argument for your VTuber because you got to pay attention to your streaming platform. You're going to be paying attention. You're going to be seeing yourself. You want a representation that you actually genuinely enjoy. For a video game, if you're picking a female character because you want to stare at a female ass all game, why are you focused on the sexualization of that character instead of appreciating the art and the effort put into the environment made of the game, the animations of the characters, the AI that control the monsters you're fighting that get them to fight in different ways? Why are you focused on a character's ass? I'm a porn tuber. I don't think about sex as much as the people that claim they only play a female character to look at their ass.
Just my preference for my entertainment. I would rather stare at the cute girl's ass all day than a man's. Just my preference.
Yes, I have played Genshin Impact. I'm pretty salty because I did a sponsorship for them and they never paid me. Mostly because I never hit the requirements.
But it's not my identity. And I've seen the horseshoe theory be proved.
Oh, I know, it's great, but it's only partially great because it's like half the characters actually look like adults.
Proven time and time again when it comes to this whole situation involving my model and some claims about my identity. I've had people on the far left and far right say basically the same conclusion, just using different ways to get there. And I'm avoiding showing any of these specific tweets because the people making them are obnoxious and I don't want to give them any attention. But I've had people on the far left make claims that
Yeah, I was just thinking he's jumping into the horseshoe theory shit a little bit, huh? Or he's making the comparison between the far left and the far right because, you know, he's apolitical. And, Suris, I get that you're self-conscious. I'm self-conscious about my voice. I would cuddle the fuck out of Suris, and yes, I have seen what he looks like IRL.
I am a egg, which, in case you don't know what that means, that is someone who is trans or soon to be trans and that they need a...
No, it's not that they're soon to be trans. It's that they haven't realized it yet. Being trans is not something you get coerced into. It's just a part of you that you realize sometimes early in life, sometimes later in life. Took me 27 years to figure it out. You tell him that too because he doesn't think well of himself physically. I respect that he's on his weight loss arc, but like, I do think he's a little focused on that. I should have mentioned that during our conversation. That I do honestly think he's a snack.
Push. The cracking of the egg.
Also, radical centrism is still political. Yes, it honestly is. It's so frustrating that they claim to not be political and then they do this radical centrism shit. It's hard to appreciate your own looks, especially as male, as you're not complimented that much unless you're model level. Even then, model level dudes don't get talked about a whole lot. Even if it's more than, let's go with the term, average male. But yeah, I'm not surprised that Suris also struggles with the same kind of things that most men do. It's a lack of general population just being willing to compliment men on their looks, on their takes, on their feelings, all that good stuff. Yeah, I cried myself to sleep some nights wishing I was a girl. I had no idea why, but in retrospect, it makes sense. I was half girl and puberty sucked for that half of me. Yeah, I get that. And yes, there's a lot of terms that I use, either coined or independently coined or saw someone else using. And that's how language works.
That you need someone to push what's typically a child to come out as trans and discover that they're trans, whether they really saw that for themselves or not.
Oh my god. You don't push people by encouraging, hey, if you like this feminine shit, maybe try more. Maybe you like that gender role. That's not pushing people to be trans. That's offering different ways for people to present themselves to, you know, feel comfortable in their own skin. That's the important thing we want to push. Comfort.
The reason that stuff irks me is because it is largely associated with groomers. This is a tactic that
Oh my god!
Groomers use. And I remember someone making that joke about me and I got upset about it because they didn't understand. I'm not angry because you're attempting to misgender me. That's not why I'm angry. It's because you're using creepy terminology to me and it makes me worry.
Creepy? Is he referring? This 2 minutes is going to take 30? Pink, this is a 15-minute video, and I've been this segment is already an hour long. Oh my god. Just Max who finds that body type hot. I look like a... Not going to repeat that part. We got shot with a communication beam at 50%. Hey, look. Balding just means you got a lot of testosterone in you. It doesn't mean that you're less valuable or less attractive. It all depends on the people you choose to engage with. Lollycon's complaining about people using creepy terminology. Lollycon's complaining about fucking people grooming them? Holy shit, Rev. I thought I was going to agree with you on this video.
That if you're so comfortable calling a whole ass man this term, who else are you saying it to? It's not a normal thing to say to try to push some sort of gender identity onto strangers on the internet. And on the flip side, I've had some far...
I don't think people should be calling Rev an egg merely because he uses a female avatar. I don't think people should be calling Finster an egg, even though he says so much eggy shit. Like, people should be allowed to determine for themselves the labels they want to use. I'm okay with saying things along the lines of, I think this person's an egg because of X, not this person is an egg. I don't like declaring those labels onto people.
Our right accounts accuse me of being secretly trans, and this is like me testing the waters.
Oh my god, I love the alt-righters and their dumb shit perspectives.
Again, I bring these things up not because I'm insecure about my own identity, but it just goes to show how obsessed people are with identity politics and taking everything so deep that they can't fathom the possibility that I just like looking at a cute anime girl. And so does everyone else in this situation. Whether it's Chris, if he's actually into that stuff, or your average lolicon on Twitter, these people aren't looking to these things because they're secretly wanting to be them or they're secretly trans. All of that stuff is just insane mental gymnastics because, again, people are so obsessed with identity politics, they can't consume anything without making these far-reaching stretches to push their agenda.
He does have a point there because identity politics or identity is so core to every individual that they get super heated about stuff that they just immediately jump into it and they just start essentializing. They jump to conclusions. Double sucks since I have curly hair and have loved my hair since I was a kid. Oh, I don't know how possible it is for you to consult with a doctor, but if you have the chance, maybe talk to a doctor about estrogen, because hair loss can be tied to, there is anti-hair loss drugs. Elon Musk took one. There is hair restoration therapy. Some of it's not estrogen, some of it is. But yes, I would recommend consulting with I thought Musk got surgery. I don't know. I've just heard that Musk took estrogen. I've just kind of been running with it because that guy spouts so much nonsense. I'm just okay with it. Most people I don't like jumping to conclusions with. Fuck Tesla and Mizusi, though. Right-wingers and reactionaries do obsess much. Right?
But yeah, that is a very off-the-rails conversation, but one that I knew eventually I was going to have. But that is going to do it for this video. I know there was a whole lot going on, and praying to the gods this gets monetized, but who knows. But it's worth talking about, so share all of your thoughts about...
People literally push gender roles on cis people all the time. Yeah, like in the way they raise their children. It's just so frustrating when the only time they talk about pushing gender roles is when they're talking about trans people. They don't talk about how boys are encouraged to get into construction from a very young age. They don't talk about how girls are pushed into homemaking from a very young age. They just talk about how trans people are pushing gender roles on kids.
Today's topics in the comment section down below. Hope you guys enjoyed the video.
Yes, thank you, Rev.
See you next time.
Okay, so I actually did agree with Rev on more than I thought there. I agreed less on other topics. or on other spots with him. But like I'm gonna be honest, it's extremely rare that I find a Rev video that I watch that I will, agree with 100% of the take. Wow. Like, serious, it's... Jeez. Love being a boogeyman to these people, shake my head. Right? That's... They don't really think about the people, they just kinda push their narratives. I mean, I do that too, but I'm not trying to take people down. Or rather, I'm just trying to... I want my disagreements to be known, but I don't want people to be attacked because I disagree with them. I mean, how is it so hard for people to really push that narrative? I know my parents had me and my sisters wear dresses for church, even when some of us didn't like or want to. I love wearing dresses now, but I hated it because I was forced to. Yeah, I mean, I totally get that. I didn't like going to church either because I had to do it. Imagine getting your makeup done by a potato turtle. I mean, it could be damn good. The skill of an individual is not changed based on their origins. Or at least it doesn't change in a dramatic way to me. I think it's still viable. First 5 are my favorites. Oh my god, I love that tweet's getting like a little bit more attention. It's like the biggest tweet I have, but... Okay. Come looking out like a clown because I've never done it before. I mean, I looked like a clown the first time I put on makeup. Practice makes perfect. Okay, I guess it's time to start wrapping up. Saying bye-bye. Finding somebody to go spread some love to. Practice does make it better. It makes a huge difference when you're actually like actively doing your best to work on it. Oh, Jesus Christ. I jumped up like 20 subs or 20 followers on Twitch today. I'm just barely looking in. No, stream's ending. I'm sorry. I work during the week. And Shapiro would love this. I'm failing none of the rules by saying this, so I have no reason to be banned. Wait, Ben Shapiro would love what? Also, I don't ban people for disagreeing with me. I wanted to hear your voice for longer, dang it. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. I do have a lot of content on YouTube you can check out. Okay. Yeah, Body Pat. I don't know why they would think I would ban them. Is it because I don't like Ben Shapiro? I don't get triggered over a name. Like, seriously. Working as a nurse doesn't make much room for streaming. Yeah, I mean, I work construction full time. It's it's not exactly like I have the energy after work. I just have to help her, but now it's going to be a bit harder. Aww. Now the real question is, who should we spread some love to? One of the streamers you follow is a truck driver IRL? Nice. I've had family members that were truck drivers. I stream Saturdays typically. I sometimes stream Sundays, not always. I tend to talk about all my different segments and stuff on my streams, and then that gets uploaded later into future videos. So okay, that makes sense. Truck driver stream is actually like driving a truck on the road. No, I think what they were saying is that aside from the streams they do, they're a truck driver for their day job. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. They do truck driving as their day job. What kind of stream should I jump into? It's always so hard to pick. Like, who should I raid? I guess I could raid Riley. It's been a while. Before you go, you advertise as a lewd streamer? Yeah, lewd tuber. I do art. I have been wanting to do art streams of making my art. I just haven't gotten around to actually streaming on Joystick. But there's something you noticed? You do way, way, way more than just that? Yeah, I've been actually leaning more into the drama tuber stuff. But like I want to get back into doing more of my art. East down and bound, loaded up, trucking. We're gonna do what they say can't be done. That's just what truckers do. Do some Suris fan art? I mean, yeah, I'm going to, because, well, like, Suris is okay with it, so to speak. I've got confirmation of that. Tips on voice training. I do have a video. I'm gonna go back into my archives and find that for you. But I might also do a new... I might redo my, search across my channel, voice. Oh my god, that was done with such an old one. What type of art do I create? Hentai. I use Koikatsu. That link I just posted in from the restream is my video about voice training. I had a friend come on stream and talk with me about it. I really like... You're old, sorry. You're fine, Natalie. I really like small streamers. It's enjoyable to hang out with someone you don't feel like you're stealing the attention of. Yeah, I mean, of course, I want to be a big streamer, but I really appreciate being able to actually have this sort of closer to one-on-one conversation with the people showing up in chat. I really like being able to chat with people. But yeah, I wouldn't call myself an expert on voice training, but like, I've been doing it for 4 years. So I kind of know what I'm up to. Oh my god, why don't you show the streamers I follow first? Holy shit. I'm just trying to find somebody to raid properly. Okay. Holy shit, this stream has been amazing. It's been so great. Thank you all for popping in. Seriously, it's been awesome. I'm so glad I've been able to meet so many more new people. Been able to chat with you guys. But I'm going to drop you off with... I have a tendency to overshare a bit, so like, wow, it feels nice. Or it's nice, feels comfortable, like a teacher you've known for years. Aw, thank you. I like to... I actually have a bit of that problem as well. I tend to overshare a bit. Like if you watch my interviews, the playlist I Spy with My Little Eye, where I get to know streamers and VTubers specifically, then thank you. Notifications. But like if you watch those interviews I do, they are not professional shit at all. And a lot of them have me saying or adding in anecdotes from like my own personal experience so that I can relate to the other VTuber so that it helps my already sustained viewers get to know who I'm talking to and potentially feel more inclined to check them out in the future. Whew. Okay, that was a lot of talking. We're going to get this started. I really wish YouTube had a raid system that properly worked. We are going to go say hi to Digitamer Riley. Oh, shit. Is she raiding out? She's raiding out. Shit. Oh, fuck. Never mind. We're not going to raid Riley. Great timing, though. Oh, yeah. I am so glad to see all these people popping in. Like, right? You know what? I'm going to go say hi to Star Pro Nade. He's pretty cool. Raiders, you were spared Michael Knowles. No, these Suris Raiders were not spared Michael Knowles. Okay. Star Pro Nade. We're going to go say hi to him. Why? Because he did a smasher pass during his, you're still rating? There you go. Fuck yeah. He did a smasher pass during his 3D debut. I was in it. And he said, maybe. I'm taking that. We're raiding. No, we weren't. I thought the raid was going to get ready and then it just auto-canceled when, Riley ended her stream. I've said this again. I've said this so many times this stream, but thank you guys for stopping by. I'd fuck that voice. I do a lot of talking. Again. This has just been a wonderful stream. Thank you guys. We're going to go send some love to Star Pronade. I don't typically have like a raid message, but like let's go send him some love. He's pretty poggers. Thanks for tuning in. And remember, if you can't be the sharpest tool in the shed, you can always be the hoe. Okay, YouTube. We have officially raided out on Twitch. So now I'm just saying my goodbye to you guys.
What is happening? Thank you so much for the raid. Can I get safe for a second? I probably can. Let's go. Speedrun. Bam. Look at that.
Well, I heard him.
I'm a fast typer.
Oh wow,
My
he
words
got
per
a
minute's
shout out
around, like, 60
already.
to 80 on a
Jesus.
good day. Thank you so much for the raid. Much appreciated. Welcome, Raiders. I'm here playing Overwatch 2 with my good friend Peachtree McGee. I'm a ball.
Hi.
A maybe? No way,
Can I
totally
throw my
fuckable voice.
balls?
I don't know if he actually heard my voice, but he just saw my PNG, so he was like, yeah, maybe. But like, if he had heard me, maybe that may
Junkrat thought he
be
could escape me,
different.
but in fact, I am a hamster.
Leaving us already? I've been streaming for like, what, 5-6 hours?
Reinhardt.
Oh,
How
thank
are you
you.
guys?
Okay. Stick around, but I need to break and stretch me legs.
Sound
Yes.
healthy.
Enjoy your stream. I would stick around. I need to break and stretch my legs. You go fucking take care of yourself, Brilly. I understand that very well. Get some stretch out them fucking hamstrings, and eat some food.
Oh shit, Nate followed me. Poggers. I am definitely going to have some munch.
Always feel so visceral when I slam my ball down and kill
Def's
him. No, right?
gonna...
I love Hammond so much. He's my little man, my little boy.
Okay.
Def's gonna have a munch. Nice.
Hope YouTube keeps you in my recommended.
Well earned, I'm sure.
Yes.
Yes. I will mute that tab so I'm still counted as a viewer because, you know, I want to support him. He is cool. Wait, what do you... Oh, okay. That's what you were joking about. Yeah, I'm still just kind of wrapping up this last little bit. Oh my god, I'm 2 away from 200 on YouTube? Holy shit. Wait, didn't I have another short that came out? Not too bad. Didn't do too bad. But yeah, if you do want to connect with the Discord, we have one of those. I should actually be checking, see... Okay, nobody really jumped in. That's cool. Well, I mean, I do want people to jump in, but, like, I would be worried about tons of people joining while I'm not actually actively watching it. So I get worried. Wait. Where you need these textbooks? I'm waiting. Discord where? Oh, shit. That's not going to work. Damn it. Okay, let me do that. Copy. YouTube. Paste. There is our Discord. I believe Pink linked it a couple times. But yeah, I do actually like to hang out in voice chat there to, you know, chat with people. I love chatting up. I was just doing a funny since we're wrapping up and closing out. Oh, okay. That one went over my head. I've been out of school for like, oh my god, a decade at least, so it went over my head. Oh, God. Great stream. You might hear Nikki melt. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, if you do like listening to me talk or you want to talk to me directly, I like to hang out in the voice chat of my server. I love talking with people. Kind of an extrovert. But again, thanks for joining. I'm gonna be booping off. I'm actually going to be getting my break going. I'm going to be getting some food in my belly. Have a wonderful time zone, everybody.